Hi, my name is Jim. The prevailing picture out there for when a scriptural day starts is that it begins with evening, and that comes, I think, almost certainly from Judaism and then the church understanding of Judaism that spills over, accepts the Judaism explanations, and then spills over into those of us who have been counted amongst the church who are now beginning to embrace the idea that we're Israel and that Torah is relevant to us, and therefore the Sabbaths are relevant to us. And so we're turning our attention to this. And I will say that there are so many people that just simply, I think that the initial bent and the first thing people turn to when they start turning toward Torah is this evening start of the day, because it's the prevailing thing that Judaism offers us and that the church then also represents to us as, if you're going to keep the law, you're going to keep it like Judaism does. And they start in the evening and then give us a bunch of reasons why. Well, I think that's a fallacy. And unfortunately, I think most people have followed. But there's a movement inside of the Torah community, for lack of a better way to describe it, that where more and more are turning toward a different approach to when a calendar, a 24-hour calendar day starts. When do we reckon a scriptural day? When does it start? When does it end? And I think there's a growing movement, because I think folks have been analyzing the impossibility of an evening start of the day and moving towards the sunrise start of the day and finding that it fits much more harmoniously. It's just a more harmonious approach to reckoning what you find in Scripture. Today I'm going to evaluate, and I say dismantle, Sean Griffin of Kingdom in Context, his explanation from 2020, 2020, early in 2020. If he's got a new stated position, I haven't seen it. It may be out there, and then forgive me, Sean, if I'm misrepresenting where you stand today. But I'm going to use your video. I have already done a treatise on George Nooper of GeoTruth and one on Josh of Founded Earth Brothers, because they both presented presentations and videos where they're affirming a sunset or evening start of the day. But I continue to, and actually I had already reviewed Sean's work one time a year and a half ago. It was the first one that I reviewed, and things have changed since then. I was early in the studies. Things have morphed. While my position doesn't change, some of the ways that I approach it, the underpinning and the underlying information that I've now been able to pull together to support what I'm saying, I think is better. And hopefully with time, it will just continue to get better as information continues to divulge. But just to go back to what I'm doing here today, I am revisiting, because I just, after seeing Josh recently put out, this is recent, in just a month or two back. So that would be, say, March or April of 2026. He offered his video. George had done his in late, mid-year 2025. So and these are folks who hang out with Sean, and so if Sean has changed his position, I think it would have influenced those two, but I don't see it. So I think what Sean is representing here is still the major influence among so many people. And Sean has, Sean has a pretty good sized following, as does Josh and these guys. So they're influencing a lot of people in this discussion. I like Josh's sentiments that he wants to make sure he's establishing the correct day, not for the sake of establishing the correct day, although most of us want to do that too, just because it's, we want to be correct, but also because it influences how you are doing the Sabbath. We're all struggling to figure out Torah in our world today, where Torah has been so undermined for so long. We've lost, just like Jubilee said we would, we've lost the Moedim, and getting it back doesn't seem likely that we're going to figure it all out before Yahushua comes back in his second coming. But in the meantime, we are charged to keep Moedim, which are the weekly Sabbaths, the seventh-day Sabbaths. We're charged to keep the various Moedim throughout the balance of the year, the special Moedim. We're charged to keep it, so we want to do it. And if we're supposed to be keeping a Sabbath, starting in the evening and ending in the evening, well, we want to do that. If we're supposed to be keeping a Sabbath starting in, when the sun comes up throughout the day, well, we want to do that. We just want to follow the instructions of the of Scripture. And so I'm going to use Sean's video here, and it will sound like I am anti-Sean. I'm not anti-Sean. I appreciate much of what Sean does. I don't embrace everything he says, but he's got a lot, he just pulls a lot of data and information in. I just don't always agree with his conclusions. But he's also a leader in that community. So if I can influence some of them, because this entire community is keeping the understanding, they've embraced what we're going to hear from Sean, the understanding that a 24-hour calendar day and therefore our Sabbaths are reckoned beginning with an evening start of the day. And so that's how they're keeping their Moedim. Their entire community, I would think, are doing that. And if that's incorrect, I would think that the entire community would want to amend their ways. So I've become convinced, and I'm going to try to present it here. I have broken down the logic used by George. Well, first of all, I broke down the logic presented by Sean the first time I did it a year and a half ago, but that would be, I think, a week effort. And then I broke down George's and did a review last year when he presented his. And, I think that I can break down and show the error in their logic. And I did the same thing with Josh's just recently. But when I did Josh's, I'm realizing that there's so much room for improvement in the discussion. So I'm going to try it again. And I'm going to use Sean's because this is the earliest. And I think he's, if he's not the leader of this community, he's one of the leaders. I think many people defer to him when they're all together and debating and conversing over something. Sean gets deferential treatment. So that suggests that many people defer to him as a leader in their community. So that's what I'm doing. So in Sean's video here from 2/28/2020 that he entitled, When Does Scripture Say the Day Begins? The early part of, he first gives us an intro, but then the early part of this video, he makes his case. He says it's 15 minutes. It's something like that, 15, 20 minutes. He makes his case. He presents some slides and some ideas. But then his, the other ideas come out during the flow of the video, culminating in a Q&A session, which is at least half of this video. I didn't measure it, but something like that, half or maybe even a little more than half, where he's just conversing with others, and we see the chats happening on the right, and he's trying to comment to the chats, which continues to reveal his position. But in that chat, when somebody's challenging him and trying to give up, Sean says, okay, fine, but all I can do is present Scripture and information. Well, hopefully Sean means that humbly, that, hey, all I can do is present my case. But before you begin to ask me to embrace what you're saying, first demonstrate to me that you understand what I'm saying first. So Sean is making the case, and I'm going to try to do that in this video, that he needs to be affirmed, that before I can ask him to consider what I'm saying, I need to make sure I'm communicating to him and affirming to him that I understand what he is saying. And so I hope to do that in this video, because I'm pretty confident I do understand everything Sean has presented in this video, as I have understood everything George and everything Josh has presented in their videos. All right, and let me say this is not my first attempt. I've got so much time invested into this, not just in the study, in the background study of it, but just trying to figure out how to present this. Each of the reviews that I have done have been multiple hours, 3 and 4 and 5 hours, and I don't know how to get them more concise. I need to cover everything they say, but it just takes a while. But I need the videos to be concise, and I'm finding that very difficult to do. So let me, in this particular endeavor, explain how I'm going to approach this. I'm not going to play Sean's video and try to comment during the video. I'm going to make summary statements of his video because I've done an outline of his video. You will see me reading because I'm going to pull this outline. If you can see this outline, this is a 5-page outline that I created to follow here, where I have broken down pretty much what he says as closely as I can. Sometimes I'm going to be quoting him verbatim. Sometimes I'm just going to be referencing the points he's making on each of his 12 slides that he has throughout his video when he makes his case. But I'm going to be following this in an effort to be concise so we don't have to play the video, but I have a feeling it's still going to be a long video, but I want to make it as concise as possible. And I want to just start with, if I could, his introduction, because he, after saying his hellos, he does make some introductory statements. And one of the first things that he says is, or tries to delineate, is that daytime is when the sun is up. I agree. We need to come up with terminology that is consistent and works for us. So he's going to say daytime is when the sun is up. If the sun is above the horizon, we are in the daytime. Time and date, we'll call that day length day. So if the sun is in the sky, that will be daytime. Everything else, which is the opposite side of the day, is when the sun is down, below the horizon. And broadly, we're going to call that night. Now that's me talking, not him. He just wants to make the point that daytime is when the sun is up. But he says he's going to look at the actual breakdown of a 24-hour calendar day. And he's trying to, and then he goes on to say that his material and his verses that he presents does define for us very clearly the 24-hour calendar day. Well, I think that the 24-hour calendar day can be defined very clearly, but I don't think he does in his presentation. Don't mean to disparage him, but I just don't think he does a great job of it. But I think you can still glean his various points, which I'm going to go through here. But one of the early things that he wants to talk about, or that he asserts, is that there is a difference between measuring the 24-hour day, because day can reference that 24-hour day, which will include the nighttime. It's, and even in the Genesis account, the day, the wholeness of the 24-hour day is considered a day, day one, Yom 1. But still, there is a daytime component. Half of the day is the 24-hour day is daytime, and half of the 24-hour day is nighttime. So one of Sean's major objectives appears to be throughout this video to make sure that we are dividing between just common everyday use of terms like day and tomorrow and things of that nature to refer to the experiential things that we experience, because the intuitive experiential thing is, if when you get up in the morning, you're in a new day. You call it morning, you call it a new day. And if you were the night before, you would have called it tomorrow. When you're in this new day of morning, you look back to the previous day. Well, that was yesterday. But in the construct of a day that he is presenting to us, where the actual transfer of the calendar day took place in the evening, then yesterday was the beginning of your actual calendar day. And today is just the continuation of your actual calendar day. And he's trying to divide that. He says, once you understand that you have well, actually, that might be putting words in his mouth, but I think this is his effort. Once you understand that the day has changed, then when you get into the colloquial use, we'll call it colloquial use, but just the common references to tomorrow, the next day, representing the next daylight or daytime period, that just happens in everyday use. I'll take this moment to say, but because he has started his day with the previous sunset, and yesterday begins the day, today is a continuation of the day. A new day is going to start in the midst of your experiential awake period of time here. Once you embrace that, which I call a fallacy, it's a conclusion based upon mistaken information. Once you embrace that, then you have to start explaining away the common use of the term today, morning, new day, tomorrow. You start explaining it away. But if you will embrace, and if you will measure, and you will start analyzing and evaluating what you're seeing on the basis of a sunrise start of the day, then when they go to bed the night before, it was yesterday. It was yesterday's calendar day. When they get up on this on this new day, if they get up in the morning just for that brief period of time, they're still in that calendar day, because I think literally the calendar day starts with the sunrise of that day. And then really all of the conversation of today. And when you're in yesterday's calendar day and you talk about tomorrow, you're literally talking about the new calendar day. You don't have to explain anything away. I will also take this moment to say, I don't know that even in my position, I don't know that sunrise has to be the start of the day. But I think that the awakening once you've been to bed and you awaken, that is the start of everybody's experiential new day. But I do embrace the idea that you got to pick a start point, and the start, or else how do you have a 24-hour period of time? How do you keep anything, consistent? And so I think the sunrise is the more realistic approach. And if you get up too early, then you're getting up in yesterday's calendar day, in preparation for the new day. But your new work day begins when the sun comes up, and that is that's your starting point, I think. And let me also say that he presents an outline, says he's going to cover Passover and unleavened bread, and he covers them together. I'll explain that as we go, I think. And then he says that Leviticus 23, which is one of our major passages in this conversation related to the Moedim, which are the appointed times of Yahweh, that he says Leviticus 23 breaks down the different Sabbaths, the weekly Sabbaths, and also those included in the feast days. So that's all of our Moedim in chapter 23. And then he says he's going to break down actual daytime and nighttime. Okay. And then he says, he even references, he's going to go over Matthew 27, where Yahushua was placed on the cross at the 6th hour. I'm sorry, he said placed on the cross, but I think he knows that he was placed on the cross around the 3rd hour. And died at around the 9th hour, and says he's going to discuss the language and verbiage where you can find reference to that kind of language and what it's trying to tell us. So this is the presentation that he gives, or the introduction to the presentation he's getting ready to go to. And then he presents 12 slides starting with Exodus 12. But before we go to his slides and his presentation, let me also provide some terms and definitions that I think are important to establish here, because I find myself, when I review and edit the videos I have made, I find myself saying the wrong day sometimes. In this video, if this is the video that I end up publishing, if I say the wrong day or I make the wrong comment, I like to put in writing, I'll give some text there, let you know that I meant to say something else, because it happens to me a lot, and forgive me for that. But I also think that we struggle to keep our terms consistent. We all do. I come down on the side that you do not want to call the start of the day the morning, but that's what we commonly do. And as I've edited, I find myself doing it. I don't want to. If you hear me say morning, it will mean, at least in relationship to the start of a day, I mean sunrise, because I embrace that morning is the period before the sunrise. And so it's not the appropriate start of the day. It's sunrise is the appropriate start of the day. And I will say that, Sean's going to identify evening for us, or he's going to define it. He's going to offer the definition, and I'll give that to you when we get there, and I'll try to illustrate it for you. But then we have use of evening that extends beyond the actual moment in time where we need to define a day. And so we find ourselves referencing evening in ways that we don't mean in relationship to the start of the day. So let me see if I can establish up front the definitions that I think we're all in agreement on, but that I think that we need to refer back to, and when we make faux pas, we need to understand what is happening here. So let me say day. Let me also get this. I'm just going to get my pencil here so that I can. So when we say day, it really begins with the sun appearing on the horizon. It appears above the horizon. It appears in the sky, and this is what we call sunrise. So daytime, Sean just said daytime. I say daylight. It's all day. We have to be careful, because when we say day, we might be talking about the 24-hour period of time, but we might also just be talking about a period of time when the sun is above the horizon. And I will say that half of each day is the sun above the horizon, and that is our day, our daytime, our daylight period. And it begins with sunrise, it ends with sunset, because at sunrise it appears, at sunset it disappears. Okay, and then we have an evening twilight. And this can be confusing because evening is a twilight. We will refer to this twilight period of time as evening twilight. And it begins once the sun has set. Sunset, that's when it begins. And that is, its beginning is the measurement that we find in the evening start of a day that most are talking about. So the beginning of this evening twilight is the beginning of a new day in that concept, in that construct of a day. And then it ends when the sunlight is no longer visible in the western sky. So the sun sets in the west, the sunlight remains behind and fades, and once it has completely faded, the twilight period ends, and we enter a period of night that begins when the sunlight fully recedes in the west, and it ends when the sunlight begins to reappear in the east again, and then we enter a morning twilight. It begins when the sunlight appears in the eastern sky, and it ends when the sun actually breaks the horizon and reappears, starting the next day. So the morning twilight is the last. First, I'm going to demonstrate that all of these represent night, because you have the division of a day in, the 24-hour day into two periods, day and night. And then we have evening, and then we have morning. Well, evening twilight and morning twilight both belong to the larger period of night, the 12-hour, if you're going to divide it around the equinox into 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night, the evening and twilight, which are about 10% of the night time of that 12-hour, because around the equinox, the evening twilight runs an hour and 21 minutes, and the morning twilight runs an hour and 21 minutes. Together, the twilight periods are 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of that night time. But they all are counted inside of the 12 hours of night because the sun is below the horizon. And then also you'll just see that the math is 12 hours of daylight with the 12 hours of day with the sun above the horizon, and 12 hours of night with the sun below the horizon. That includes the evening twilight and the morning twilight, the two twilight periods that belong to night. Very important concepts, and that's what I'm trying to drive home. And we need to, because we have problems with the terms evening and morning, where we get into too broad of use and we can end up using it incorrectly. So then we have, I want to introduce some definitions. We have evening, which is what I was just referencing. And in the conversation concerning the scriptural day, it generally means the start of a new day beginning with the moment the sun sets. It can mean, when people are talking about evening, it can mean the evening twilight period that I've referenced up here. But in everyday use, it can also mean almost anything associated with the end of the daylight period of the day and early night. But it also, in Scripture, is a common time where things happen. Now, in the camp, in the folks that say, well, see, the beginning of something happening is also to be correlated with the beginning of the start of a day. Well, I think they're pulling in too much. I think they have been taught to say that and do that, not understanding that just because you're starting something in the evening doesn't mean you're also starting the day. You're just starting your activity. You're starting your celebration. You're starting whatever it is. If it says at the evening, it just means you're doing it once you get to this end of day or twilight, or it literally can mean at sunset. So what we'll see is the use of evening throughout scriptures, and I think we need to differentiate here because this comes up a lot. First of all, we're going to see so many references of at evening in the primary passage where we really literally see at evening is Leviticus 23. Is it? I think it's 32. It is 32. Where we get Be'areb. The transliterated Hebrew. Transliterated Hebrew is Be'areb, which would be at evening, literally. And that is referencing at the start of the evening. It could refer, depending upon the context, it almost always means for sure at okay. It could mean the start of the evening. I think it often does mean the start of the evening, but I think it definitely has to mean during the evening and in the evening, because at evening, at the entire preposition here connotes a an arriving of something. You are at evening. If you're going to reference noon, you'd say you're at noon when you reach noon. If you're going to reference something prior to noon or prior to evening, you'll use different terminology. And that's what we find everywhere. So we see this between the evenings in the literal translations, which is ben, he, Arbaim. In our Exodus passages and in so many of our Moedim passages that are being translated by the vast majority of popular translations is at evening or at twilight, is literally this ben, he, Arbaim. And the concept is between the evenings. If you're reading from the King James, the New King James, the NASB, all these things, oftentimes when you're reading about the Moedim, they're telling you at evening, but the literal Hebrew is telling you between the evenings, which means something entirely different, because between the evenings means ben he arbaim means after one twilight and before the next twilight, which means it precedes each forthcoming evening or twilight. Now, I would say my studies have led us, the most common translation of ben he arbaim is between the evenings, but I'm not 100% convinced that I've seen anything other than scripture-motivated translations of Arbaim that land us at, it's commonly given to us as evenings, but I have seen references to words that are talking about the twilights. And I really don't know, and I'm not asserting one way or the other, but I do think when we are saying between the evenings, we are talking about the morning twilight and the evening twilight. We are between those two twilight period of times. But if we're going to accept the ben he arbaim and we're saying between the evenings, it appears that we're referencing the morning time as an evening time as well. But that's confusing because of the language we find in Genesis and other things. So I really think it's more likely that ben he arbaim is talking about between the twilights. It is possible that arbaim actually means evening, and evening means the evening twilight in the west, at which time it is also possible you can say that between the evenings is between the evening of the day prior and the forthcoming evening of the day you're in. So we'd have the day of the evening prior, in my estimation, that would end once you're through that evening, through that twilight period of time, starting in night of the previous day, and then we have the day that you're in and the approaching evening and twilight, then it would be during that period of day. So it'd really be once between the sunsetting of the previous day and the sunsetting of the current day that you're in. Or it could literally mean between the twilights, which would be between the end of the morning twilight period when the sun comes up and before then the evening of the day you're in. Either way, whether it's truly between the evenings and referencing yesterday's evening, or between the twilights referencing the morning twilight, either way, it precedes the forthcoming evening period and twilight. It will happen before that evening begins. And then we have references, we have translations, and we, sometimes it's being translated as before evening, which precedes evening, and toward evening, which precedes evening. So if we use the term at evening, we're in the evening. It's during the evening. It could even be at the start of the evening, depending upon context. But if we're saying between evenings, before evening, and toward evening, then that's before the evening, before the sun sets. Not after or at sunset, it's before the sun sets. It puts you in the daytime, daylight period of time when the sun remains in the sky above the horizon. Morning, the definition of morning in a conversation concerning the scriptural day, well, generally it means the start of a new day, the moment the sun rises. But that's problematic because the morning actually ends a calendar day. It ends the Genesis day. It doesn't begin the day, it ends it. This morning twilight is the end, the last part of the night, the twilight that precedes the new day that starts when the sun rises. So if we say morning, and again, if I do this, forgive me, I do not want to, but if we say morning, we should be talking about the end of the previous day and not the beginning of the new day. The new day is the sunrise, the sun entering the sky above the horizon. And it can mean morning twilight. Sometimes people refer to it as morning twilight. I will also say other terms that are used so commonly for this morning twilight is dawn. When we say dawn, we're talking about the twilight period. Look it up. Daybreak, we're talking about the twilight period. And I think we'll see in the use, well, here, let me just finish this, because in everyday use, it can mean almost anything associated with the beginning of a day, before and after the sun rises. And I think that's what happens to us in our world today. When we are referencing morning today, we're just talking about the beginning of our day. And if we're starting our day when the sun is still below the horizon, we are actually in yesterday, but we call it the new day because we have gotten up and we're starting our new day. So really, colloquially, and Sean embraces this, Sean understands this because he talks about the use of day in this manner. You have to differentiate. So really, when we get the gospel accounts, when Mary is showing up at the tomb early in the day, at dawn, at day, she is showing up at twilight before the actual calendar day clicks at sunrise and it becomes the new day. I think so. I think that's what we're referencing, and I think that's what we're seeing, and that's what we experience throughout life. But in our conversation concerning a scriptural day, using Sean's terminology, and I liked it, that's fine, then we need to be a little more specific and consistent in what we're saying when we say these things. The sunset is often referred to as an evening start of the day. So when Sean says you need to define the evening, he's going to define it as the transitional period. He's going to say different things, but I think he means the transitional moment. So evening is the transitional moment when the calendar between one calendar day and the next calendar day, and he defines that. He will reference it as sunset. So if it's going to be a moment in time, he is defining evening as sunset. And if you're going to identify evening as the start point of the day, and if evening starts with the sunset, then it begins with a moment in time and would not be a period of time. If it's going to be more than a moment in time, then we've got this evening period that we don't know what to, we're going to call it a transitional period. And if it's a period of time, then it's encroaching upon the 24-hour period on one side or the other of the actual change of the calendar day. So if you're going to say that there's a transition period before the actual reckoning of the calendar day, then you've encroached upon the previous day. If you're going to say there's a transition period that continues past sunset, a little space into the next day, then you've encroached upon the 24 hours. So it really needs to be a moment in time and not a period in time, which I think Sean's primary objective is to identify the evening as the transitionary moment when the calendar day changes, and that happens the moment the sun sets. And I think he's going to reference periods of time, but I think, we need to be fair to him in his handling of that, just like I need you guys to be fair with my handling of morning and some other things. So it has to be a moment in time and not a period of time. And there can only be one evening in each calendar day. And you're establishing that the evening begins first. So you have an evening at the beginning of the day, and it starts with sunset, and then you have your evening, even if you're going to call it a period of evening time, which is, most likely the twilight period that you're referencing there, then you still cannot bring any of the evening into the previous day. And when I demonstrate and illustrate what I think Sean is saying, I'm going to try to make this point, because you've got to figure out what you're going to do with that very end. If you're going to reckon the sunset as the beginning of a day, when you have the daylight period and the sun is setting and you have a sliver of sun still in the sky, you're going to have to decide and define up front whether you're calling that evening as a start of the day, or if you're just saying colloquially, evening, moving into a colloquial use or a broader use, a more fluid and loosey-goosey use of the term evening. Because in our conversation, if we're going to start the day, we have to be a little more specific than that. And let me be clear that if you're going to use a moment in time, and if it's going to, and there can only be one evening and one sunset in each day, then it would start the day and not also finish it. You can't reference the evening to start the day and reference the evening to finish the last part of that daylight period of time. I mean, you can, and I think people are, but I cry foul, because I think that's I don't know that anybody's doing it on purpose, but that's intellectual dishonesty. You're just not being fair with the terms. And you can't just for convenience sake, because I think that's one of the things that Sean is going to, the point he's making in his video, that, he thinks that if you are starting your day with a sunrise start of the day, and then you get to the Passover instructions and you get to the Day of Atonement instructions where you have something happening at sunset and you're then you think then that means you're starting a new calendar day. And he's saying people are being intellectually dishonest when they go throughout the year saying the sunrise is the start of the day, but they reach the Day of Atonement and say, well, okay, for this day we're going to honor our calendar day from sunset. Well, that would be intellectual dishonesty. I don't embrace it, but I'm also saying for those who embrace the sunset start of the day, you need to be intellectually honest as well. Your evening starts the day. Your sunset starts your day. It does not also finish it, because the next evening after you've started your day, the next evening is the next day in your accounting, and you need to be fair and consistent with that and intellectually honest with that. Then we have sunrise, which is often referred to as a morning start of the day, but it shouldn't be. It should not be used. It's just wrong. It actually ends. It's part of night and ends the previous day. If you hear me say that, forgive me. Look for my nope, I meant to say sunrise. But even if I forget, know that there is no start of the day at morning. The morning is the end of the day. And if we are, I think that's part of the larger confusion, because we see the reference to, then there was evening and then there was morning in the Genesis account. And if we're thinking that the morning is the beginning instead of the end, it gets confusing and problematic, and it doesn't help, it hurts. And then let me just finally say, in common everyday use, evening often represents the end of the day, and it can represent anything of that end of the day. It could reference the period of time before the sun sets, and it often does in our everyday use, at least in my culture. It does that. And morning can represent the start of a new day, but it can represent anything. Evening and morning in common everyday use is too broad, and we have to then make sure we are not moving away from the specifics of that we need in this discussion of a scriptural day into this broad, just generalized, loosey-goosey use of evening and morning representing evening. But I would say that almost always in your intuitive everyday use, when you're talking about evening, you're talking about the end of your day. And when you're talking about morning, you're talking about the beginning of your day. That's what's happening. Now, again, continuing, before I get into his presentation, I feel like I need to continue covering a few of the basics. Some of what he presents I'm going to illustrate and argue with during his video, but there are some things I need to set the stage for that come up during his video. But if we don't understand them first, then you might be confused and lose portions of the video. So let me see what I can do here. So Sean is going to be identifying his transitionary moment, and he's going to identify it, and he calls it evening. He's defining evening. He will define for us evening as this transitionary moment between one calendar day and the next. So we have, if you can follow my illustration here, I've taken the 12 hours of daytime with the sun in the sky, and then the 12 hours of nighttime where the sun is below the horizon and not in the sky. And so we have 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of daytime called day, and they have 12 hours of darkness, one form of darkness, no sun in the sky, and we call that the 12 hours of night. And then he calls this transitionary moment when the sun has set, it's no longer in the sky, as the moment when a calendar day changes. It's not a period of time, it's a moment. So just to illustrate, if this was day 20, it is day 20 throughout the 12 hours of daylight. And actually, let me just say, I didn't illustrate it here, but you'd have to say by the time you're getting into the daylight period, you're halfway through day 20, because day 20 would have started the previous evening. But this is illustrating from the moment you wake up and you're on, maybe moment wake up is wrong. When the daylight period, when the sun enters the sky, you would be on day 20 in Sean's reckoning and explanation, in the sunset reckoning and explanation. You'll be on day 20 all the way through the time when the sun sets and disappears. And the moment it does, you've now entered day 21. But I would like to, well, let me just finish that, because then through the night we're in day 21. You have 12 hours of night. When the sun comes up, you're still in the midst of day 21, which I was describing over here for day 20. And you'll have 12 hours of daylight in day 21. But the moment the sun sets again, we've transitioned into day 22. And while many people will refer to, Sean tries to make the point that a 24-hour day includes both pieces of this, but a lot of people will be talking about the daylight period of time. And so he will say that oftentimes people are referencing tomorrow when they're just talking about the next daylight period of time when they're going to be doing all their activities, and they don't necessarily mean the next calendar day. They just simply mean the next daylight period of time. Now, before we leave this, though, I think we need, because we can't afford too general of a use for the term evening, because this is called this transition. I mean, Sean's definition of evening is this transitionary moment. So this begins evening. So you're going to have to, I'm sorry, just here, let me finish. This is evening. And this begins it. The transitionary moment begins it. So you have to, I think, affirm what you're going to do with this day, whatever residual is left at the end of this last period of daylight, that many will loosely and in general day use start calling that evening. You could call it evening loosely, but you're going to have to decide which part of the day this very last vestiges of light belongs to. Does it belong to day 20, and it represents the end of the day, and that the moment the sun sets, you've got the new beginning of the day, and then you have the literal evening according to Sean's definition beginning. So are you going to feel free to call this last period of time, this last vestige of light on day 9, evening as well? Because this is what you're going to find on day 9 in an evening to evening start of a day. When they say that you have to start the day with sunset, then when they get to evening of the 9th and they need it to be the very last part of day 9 so that you can transition into day 10 down here, then they are calling at evening on day 9 this last period of day 9. But you can't really do that, because if you're just talking about the end of the daylight period on day 9 and you hit evening, you've hit day 10. You're not in day 9 anymore. To express the evening of day 9, remembering what we said in the definitions, you have to go all the way back to the beginning of day 9 over here. And so if you've got at evening on day 9, you're taking the first part of day 9 and running through the whole day if you're going to go from evening to evening until you reach this next evening, which would then be the 10th day. There are problems in that. This is just, I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's the problem. So you got to make sure that you're being consistent with this, whatever's happening, what you're going to call here. You can't call it, because he's going to do the same thing on the 22nd of the first month when we're talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And I'll explain this more when we get to those illustrations. Let me also take Sean's transitionary moment illustrated as just day and night, and let me expand it and introduce the transitional moment, the twilights into this transitional moment, because experientially, we will see that on this particular day, we've got 12 hours of daylight, and then the sun goes down, and then we have this evening period we're calling a transitional moment that lasts about an hour and 21 minutes around the equinox, about 10% of the 12 hours of night. And then before the sun comes up again to start the next daylight period over here, we have another twilight period that lasts about an hour and 21 minutes, about 10%. So between the two of these, that's 20% of the nighttime hours, but they're included in the nighttime hours. So that hour, 2 hours and 40 minutes is subtracted from your 12 hours of nighttime. So evening and morning belong to the night. Okay. And then let me just say here that in this particular illustration, I am demonstrating Sean's transition of the moment from one day to the next. So my day, in this illustration of Sean's transitionary moment, we have the 20th throughout the day, and then we have the 21st at evening. So we are transitioning our day right here That is the transition of our day. Before we move off, let me offer what I think is the correct approach to this. If this is the 20th again, then it starts with the sunrise and the sun is above the horizon, which the entirety of the day where the sun is above the horizon is called day, and it lasts 12 hours around the equinox. But I'm not transitioning to the next day when evening hits. We're still in the same day. So if this were day 9 and day 9 has begun, when we get to evening on day 9, I'm not transitioning to the next day. I'm still in day 9. And you'll continue whatever day you're in straight on through. In my illustration of the 20th evening, you're still on the 20th in the evening. Then you begin the 12 hours of night where we have the sun below the horizon, and morning is part of that. So we have the 20th beginning with the sunrise, going through evening, going through night, and going through morning. And the 21st, we transition to the next calendar day on the 21st when the sun comes up, and we do the same thing. We go through the day. When evening comes, we remain on the 21st, and we remain on the 21st through the night and into the morning. And let me offer just a little more information I've gathered underpinning that assertion that I just made. And the primary assertion that I'm talking about here is that the evening and morning, those two twilight periods, belong to the night and do not belong. So when we get to the Genesis account and it says there was evening and there was morning, none of that should belong to daytime, day. The 12 hours when the day is up, it all belongs to the night and represents night, the 12 hours of night. Sunset, which is evening, and sunset, evening twilight, which begins at sunset, and the morning twilight, which begins with sun appearing in the sky again and ends with the sunrise, are all part of the second day, which I will illustrate here in a second. But let me show you what I did here. I went to time and date and went to Jerusalem as my place, went to March to find the equinox, and found that really I don't have an exact 12-hour day and night day. So we have on 3/16, that is the day exceeds the night in that one by just a moment or two. And then on 3/17, the day exceeds, if I said that, let me go back and just in case I said that wrong. On 3/16, the night exceeds, the time of the night exceeds the time of the day period. So the time where the sun is below the horizon exceeds the time where the sun is above the horizon by just 34 seconds, a short period of time. In 3/7, on the next day, it flips, and we have the period of time, the daytime, where the sun is above the horizon, now exceeding by a minute 23 the time of the night. Oh, and I see I failed to update this over here. But the night is less than the 12 hours. It would be less than 12 hours by this 1 minute and 23 seconds. So this is what I've pulled to gather the data. So on 3/16 of 2026, time and date tells us the sun rose at 5:48 and it set at 5:47. And that day length, they call it day length, is 11 hours, 59 minutes and 26 seconds. And then they give us the beginning and end of the three levels of twilight, the civil, nautical, and then astronomical twilights. And then if you add those together, though, we know that the period of twilight lasted an hour and 21 minutes, ending when astronomical in the evening, in the western sky, astronomical is the last period of the twilight, and it ended at 7:08, which meant that night began at 7:08. So this time period between 5:47 p.m. and 7:08 p.m. was the twilight period, with night beginning at 7:08. Then we learned that the next day, which is actually 3/17, on our calendar, not on the Hebrew calendar, but on the Scriptural calendar, but in our Greco-Roman calendar, it would be 3/17. But it began with astronomical twilight. I did not. Well, I guess you can piece it together. It began with astronomical twilight at 4:27 a.m. And then this twilight period ended with civil twilight at 5:46 a.m. So the period of time in this morning twilight was also 1 hour and 21 minutes. So this period of time is when the sun is down, and this represents night. This period of time, the sun is above the horizon, and this represents day. And if you do the math around the equinox that we all agree with, 12 hours of day leaves 12 hours of night. And if we're going to find a home for the twilights, it has to come out of the night, because the night is shortened. This period of time when the sun is, there's no sunlight left in the sky, is shortened by whatever period the twilights have encroached into this. So this is just, and we got the same thing going on 317, where we just have the sun setting. The sun came up at 5:46. It set 5:48. Astronomical twilight ended at 7:09. So night should have began. I should have had 7:09 here. So night began there, and we had twilight running that 1 hour and 21 minutes between sunset and astronomical twilight ending. And then we had the night ending at 4:25 a.m. and which is wrong. It should have been, well, that one I might have updated, it looks like. And then it ended at 5:45 a.m. and civil twilight, ends at 5:45 a.m. So the entirety of it is an hour and 21 minutes and an hour and 21 minutes. So roughly, I'm not trying to be exact there. So here's evidence that we really, in Jerusalem, where we are most focused on our, this subject matter, it demonstrates that there are 12 hours of day with the sun up. And it demonstrates that there are 12 hours of night with the sun below the horizon. But included in that 12 hours of night is our two twilights, our evening twilight and our morning twilight. Now, I would say that in this particular video, Sean doesn't really develop what I'm getting ready to share here. And when he does it throughout his video and really kind of references it more towards the end when we're getting toward the Q&A session, but still in this video, he reveals how he thinks about our Genesis account, where he is an embracer. I call it a fallacy, but he has embraced that when Genesis reads, there was evening and there was morning, day one, that one statement comprises the two halves of a 24-hour period of day, and he's sticking to it. Now, I think he is missing the key thing right in front, but I guess I struggle because I can see, I learned this I learned this originally from a video that tobesaved.com presented, a very good video that began me on my this journey to discover what scriptures are really saying. And in that, they give some pretty good ideas of what's happening here in Genesis. And I see in the chat when he's in his Q&A session, when Sean is in his Q&A session, I can see references to that. So I have to wonder and ponder what Sean is doing with that information. Is he ignoring it? Has he never seen the tobesaved.com video? Has he seen it and he's heard the argument and then rejects it? I really don't know why he is doing it, but the information is there. It's there for him to receive and perceive, but he hasn't, at least not as of 2020. And instead goes back to the mainstay of the Genesis account, saying that there was evening and there was morning. That represents the two halves of a 24-hour calendar a day, and the activity that preceded that just must then happen sometime during this 24-hour calendar day. Just one last thing, just speculating why he might do that, because he has built a case around an evening start of the day. He's got something he's going to, he's got things he's going to present out of Jubilees 49 verse 2, where he thinks it's telling him that you've got to eat Passover on day 15, and that's driving him, because he's a respecter of Jubilees, as I am. But I say, and I'll just mention it here, his translation is giving him bad information. That translation is coming from R.H. Charles. Then the LSV and some of the other translations that follow the R.H. Charles and other things you're going to find as you root around looking for the Jubilees translations are going to be based off of R.H. Charles's work, and R.H. Charles has mistranslated that. And almost certainly, I think he has to, because you can't make it work otherwise. And when you see the options, you see solutions as well. But if Sean is committed to that, and if he really thinks he's reading as he's going to present certain things in the Modim accounts of Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, then he has to come back to that the Genesis account means the evening and morning is a 24-hour day, because otherwise it presents something else to it. But let me just see if I can represent what is part of, because it's foundational, and I think most would probably understand this. Most who are involved in this discussion would understand this. But basically he's saying in day one, first of all, you started with darkness, and then the first activity was light was created, and then it was separated one from the other, and we had the light he called day, and the darkness he called night, and separated it. So day one is a separation of day and night, light and dark. But since it started with darkness, I mean, I didn't hear Sean argue this, but many will say that this is also part of the foundational argument for why it looks like this, because we started with darkness, then he created day. So when he did this on day one, we start with darkness, that's the first part of the day, and then we have light, so that becomes the second part of the day. And then when it says there was evening and there was morning, when it references evening, we're talking about the darkness period of time, that is 12 hours. And when it says morning in this illustration, in this concept, then you are really talking about the 12 hours of daytime. And morning represents the beginning of the day period. Okay. So then logically, then you just follow it through. You've got day two where these same things happen. You've got night first, and then you have morning. Or day, which is referenced as evening and morning. Same thing in day three, same thing in day four. Now, he will say later, and somebody's going to ask him that, the light here in the first 3 days for sure, and at least portions of day four, would have not been the light of the sun, because the sun had not yet been created. And so the light is coming from another source, a heavenly source of some kind that Sean has spent more time developing what that might be, and I will defer to him on that because I haven't studied it. But on day four, we have the creation of the sun. So either at the beginning or during the daylight period, it appears that the sun comes into being. So when we start day five, we now have sun in the equation. And as Sean says, and I agree with, the sun is all about time. It is for the measuring of days, months, and years, and the moedim. It's all about time. And so then in this construct, when we start a day up here, again, we are starting with sunset. That's why I've got the sun below the horizon here, and this starts your next day. But now we're measuring by the sun. So the sunset starts the evening, and when the sun rises here and breaks the sky, we enter the day. And the same thing holds true for day 6. And then the same thing holds true for day 7. Although in day 7, it does not come back and give us, and there was evening and there was morning. Day 7, like it does at the end of each of these other days. And I would say before I move off of this that there's no mention of when the work is taking place in here. It just doesn't. So really, when the creation, when he's separating light from darkness, and he's creating the light, let there be light, etc., and then separating it, is he doing it throughout the night and day period of this, in this illustration? Is it an all-day event? Could be. Could be, but I don't know that it matters. It's not really addressed in this approach because it's almost immaterial whether he's doing it at night or day in all of these. So if the creation activity takes the 24 hours of the day rather than 12 hours of the day, it could be either at night or day, because there is no, our Elohim, Yahweh, does not need light to do his work. I mean, he doesn't need it. So that's the illustration. Now let me see if I can briefly offer an illustration that represents my position, standing a verse juxtaposed to the standard position of there was evening, there was morning, day 1 being the entirety of the 24 hours. It stands in opposition to that, so it stands in opposition to Sean's understanding. But let me explain it as I go, because I'll be making references to it. So on day 1, first of all, when we are in Genesis, it says first thing that was created were the heavens and the earth, and that there was, the earth was darkness and void. There was darkness, or formless and void, and then there was darkness on the face of the deep, and then the spirit of Elohim hovered over it. And then in most of our translations, they've given us and separated that out to us as though that was, the condition of heaven and earth for what? ever, for a long time, for thousands of years? I don't know. Because they separated it, it leads us to think a certain thing. But I've kind of come to the idea that really that's part of the day one creation too, and that those separations are false. Those separations shouldn't have happened because in Hebrew we don't have those separations. For all we know, on day one, he's talking about the creation of day one being the heaven and the earth. And when he first created it, on day one, the earth was formless and void. Darkness was on the face of the deep. He hovered over it. And then he said, let there be light. And there was light. And all of this is happening on day one. That's a little less important than the concept, because in our translations, they then start talking about day one, and they start separating for us. And we have the, let there be light creation on day one. But whether it is all of heaven and earth being created on day one or just the day and night, what Genesis identifies for us is creation activity, separation of day and night. And when he has finished this, then he says, and there was evening and there was morning, day one. And the Hebrew underlying that, I'll let you guys do your own study on this. The Hebrew underpinning that is suggestive that when they say, and there was evening and there was morning, it's talking about something in a come. There came to be evening, then there came to be morning. Something came about. And in a linear fashion, you would have started with the activity, the daylight, and then once that daylight is over, once that work period is over, then there was evening, and then there was morning, day one. And we know, because it's been divided into 12 hours, when we say there was evening and then there were morning, we are talking about two of the three components of night. Because what we have in the components of this 12 hours of night is first evening, then the nighttime period where there's no twilight, there's no sunlight in the sky, and then we have the morning twilight. These both belong to the night. So when he says, then there was evening and then there was morning, we're just talking about the bookends of night, the entirety of night. So when we say day one, and he talks about all of his creation activity, and then he says, then there was evening and then there was morning, day one, this entirety is what you're seeing there. And well, here, let me just finish this, because he has the same thing going on in day two. We have the creation activity, and then we have day three. I'm sorry. We have the creation, going back to day two. We have the creation activity, the separation of the lands and the seas, etc. And then there was evening, and then there was morning, day two. Then we start the next day, and we have the creation activity, all the things that he does on day three, and then there was evening, and then there was morning, which is night. And then we have day four, same thing. I don't want to be too redundant. When we get to day seven, however, then he says, when we begin it, he rested. So when he would normally be working, he rested, and he doesn't really talk about, and then there was evening, and then there was morning. But I will also say that this pattern that we see here, in this pattern, I would say it appears that he did all his creation and activity during the daytime, during the daylight period with the sun in the sky. Then there was evening and then there was morning. It appears that he might have rested during that period of time. He just doesn't do activity there. It's not mentioned there. But that doesn't necessarily, I'm not saying that's explicitly taught or even alluded to, because he possibly could have done his entire creation activity throughout the day and the night. But I think it seems logical, because when he does his creation activity and then he says, and then there was morning and evening, and then there was morning, this is after he has done his work and doesn't allude to anything else in there. So I think it's reasonable that none of this evening and morning included the creation activities. But if you then apply this to your experience and my experience, this is how it works for us. Every new day begins with some sort of work. For the average person anyway, you get up and you start your new day, and then you go through that day of work. And usually for most of us, it's a work day. Every once in a while, it's a Sabbath, and it might be a recreation day. But our new day began when we got up, and we go through that new day. And then once the day begins to wane and the sun moves away, we start winding down and we move into evening. And then after winding down during the evening, we go to sleep at night. And then we sleep through that nighttime period, and then we begin to wind back up as we're getting up. And usually, for many of us, we're getting up in the morning, which is the end of that last day, so that we are up and ready to go at the beginning of the next day. But some of us go ahead and sleep on into the daylight, the sun coming up period of time. But this is experientially what you and I are experiencing. This is what we see often referred to in throughout the scriptures when they're talking about tomorrow and the day that they're on. The arguments that the chat will make represents this. This is, if you are embracing this, this is the pattern that everybody experiences. So when you go to bed, on day one, which could be on a calendar day, say day 20 in the illustration I had, you went to bed on day 20. It was day 20. Let's just say it was day one. Okay, let's stay with day one. It was day one throughout the day. It's day one throughout the evening. It's day one throughout the night. And it's day one throughout the morning. And then it changes to day two when the sun comes up again. If this were going back to my illustration where I was using the 20th, it would have been the 20th all day long, through the night, through the morning, and changes when we get to the next day. And this is experientially what we're all doing. So when we are experiencing day one, all of this is that same day. And we are referencing day two as tomorrow in that event. Then we go to bed, and when we wake up, now we're on the next day, day two. And now we begin to reference day one as yesterday. This is what we all do. This is what we all experience. In the common use of language, this is what we're trying to represent. And that is what takes place in Scripture. That's one of the arguments you'll find when we start getting into the larger body of Scripture and the evidences for and against, this is what is argued. Just the common everyday use of these terms lends itself to this. Sean has to say, yeah, that's the common everyday use of this language, and it's all fine and makes sense, but it's just how we use it. And he'll even point out that in the Roman Greco calendar, we are starting our day at 12:01 a.m., which kind of effectively lands us on something like this anyway, just with a different start point that would include morning. Morning would be the first part of that day, which gets confusing when we apply that to the Genesis account. But still, experientially, it's more representative of what we experience. But Sean is attempting in his video to make sure that you understand that the fact that we are referencing day in that manner and referencing these things in that manner has no bearing on the fact that the calendar changed. The 24-hour calendar day changed with the evening before. And so no matter what you are saying, you literally on day one here, you would have moved to day two at evening, and you would be in day two all the time that you're going through your workday, and then you would change to day three at evening and change your calendar day at evening once you're done. And he's saying that that's what Scripture is teaching us, even though everybody is referencing their days differently. All right. I can already see that the setup has already taken me more than an hour into this effort and this endeavor. I'm just sorry. It just takes a while to develop the information because it's a lot of information. So I know that you're going to have to be interested in the topic, and you're probably going to have some confidence that I know what I'm talking about, that I've done the homework that goes into this. Well, I assure you, I've spent a lot of time in this. I've done my homework. If I'm arriving at the wrong conclusions, okay, but it isn't because I haven't done my homework. So let's go ahead and get started now with Sean's presentation and the points he makes. Hopefully what I've done wasn't a waste of time. It will set the stage so that it will actually speed up the actual process of going through the video, his video. And let me show you what I'm doing, because I'm going to move what you're looking at right now over to my left-hand screen, and you're going to see me reading from it, because I'm going to begin to go through his presentation, and rather than play, because it'll take too long, I'm going to summarize what he says while each of these slides are up, and between the slides, the things that he says, I'm going to be reading sometimes. Sometimes I'm just going to reference what he has said in a broad sense, but other times I'm going to literally quote him verbatim if I think it's necessary. Other times I'm just going to try to very closely mimic what he said. Maybe not verbatim like you would put in quotation marks, but close enough that it's a literally almost word for word what he's saying. But so this is going over to the left. You will not see it anymore, but it's what I'm going to be following. And I'm going to try to keep it clear that when I'm reading his stuff and referencing what he's saying versus what I'm going to be saying juxtaposed against it in argument to when I'm changing gear from his position to my position. It's difficult. I can tell from my previous efforts that I was less than successful before. Let's see if I'm more successful now. So I'm going to move this over, and we're going to begin with this slide 1 that includes Exodus 12:6. And let me go get his slides. Okay. So this is the first slide he presents, and it's Exodus 12:6, and he primarily just says, while this is up, we're going to be looking at Passover and how it even defines evening, which he says is super important for us to grasp. And I think so too, because if you're going to start the day with evening, if that's going to be your start, then you need to be very definitive. And he says that he's getting ready to do that for us. And I think he does, but then he has to keep, his version of it. But then he has to stay consistent, and I'm not sure he does that. But I think he reads this. I'll just read it for you quickly. And you shall keep it, the Passover lamb, in parentheses, meaning somebody probably added that. It means they did add that, I'm pretty sure, without going and reading that again. But it says, you shall keep it, the Passover lamb, up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. Now, I think he reads this, but let me just make some comments here. He'll reference it that they begin keeping the lamb on the 10th, and it is on the 14th. They keep it until the 14th of that first month, which is the Passover, the first month and the 14th day, which is Passover. And then the whole assembly, and this is important because the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it. And then this particular translation says in the evening. But the but in this, and he's not showing it here. He's just accepting this translation. This term in the evening is not Be'oreb. It is Ben He'arbam. This is between the evenings. In almost all of your popular translations, if you're going to go bounce from one translation to the next translation, they're probably all going to tell you either at evening, in the evening, at twilight, something like that. But in every one of those popular maybe not every one of them, but in the vast majority of them, they are putting you in the evening. You are, like I had said in my definitions, you are at evening. So we have reached evening. And they're telling you that that's when you kill it. The literal translations and the translations that I embrace, and Ben He'arbam, that means between the evenings, which puts it before the evening, not at evening. So if you're reading the common translations, you're already going to be confused because you are seeing that you've got to kill the Passover in the evening, at evening, that is once the sun has set, rather than before the sun is set. So there's misinformation happening in the analysis and embraced by those who are accepting the sunset start of the day. They're just embracing it. Although I think Sean will have, because he's going to put the killing of the lamb in the day prior, which is before the evening also. So he's also rejecting this without talking about it, because we have other we have Ben He'arbam, which is the underlying Hebrew, and then we have translations, the literal translations, that are calling it between the evenings. The other thing that we need to know is that we're talking about the whole assembly gathers at the time that you're going to be killing the animal. And that's important because the whole assembly does not gather until well into the 14th day. All of the 14th day is I'm going to try to demonstrate all of the 14th day that begins at sunrise is the memorial day of Passover. There are some people who are going to be doing the preparatory work, like we saw Messiah's Talmidim or disciples doing on his last day. There are some that have to go and gather up the lamb or buy the lamb, or whatever your situation is, and get the lamb together, get a room like they did in Messiah. Make those preparations. You got a few of the people doing that, but it's not the whole assembly. The whole assembly doesn't begin to observe the elements of Passover until the third part, I'm getting ahead of myself, the third part of the 14th day, which is not, when we get to Jubilees, it'll explain to us a little more of what that means. But that's important to know in this passage, that we have the whole assembly gathering at the beginning of the elements, the keeping of Passover, not as a memorial which began when the sun rose, but when you begin doing the gathering. It's like saying on Christmas, Christmas Eve, all of that Christmas Eve day is Christmas Eve day. But when you are going to have a celebration of Christmas Eve and you're going to have a gathering, well, that's the elements of the celebration of that New Year's Eve day. And you have to keep that picture in mind when we're talking about Passover and the Day of Atonement, all of the Moedim. Okay. So then Sean, so he doesn't spend a lot of time on that first slide. He moves off to this second slide where he's presenting to us Exodus 12:18. And some of the notes I've made here, he says he's introducing it because he's going to break down the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And then he makes a point, all 7 days of it. And then he also makes a point, including Passover, which he then also says is technically the day before it starts. Okay, let me say here that my handling of this is so much cleaner than that. But let me demonstrate that I understand what he's trying to say here so that he knows that we are doing that. So he's introducing this because he's going to break down the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And what does he say? He points to this, all 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Okay, so all 7 days is not in this passage yet. But he does make the point that he's going to break it down and that he's going to say that this unleavened bread includes Passover, which he acknowledges is technically the day before it starts. And he says he's going to break it down so that we can understand its verbiage and language. 7 days, he says. That's something important because if you actually do the math, the 14th day until the 21st day is not 7 days. It is 8 days. So he's pointing out that if you're going to count from the 14th day to the 21st day, that is 8 days. Now, it doesn't say 7 days here, and there's a good reason why it doesn't say 7 days here, because we have the Passover and then the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But I think what is, that is 8 days. You count that up, that is 8 days. But what we need to, that he didn't do, is we need to identify a couple things that are significant to understanding this concept. When we say 14th day, he says you're going to, in the first month on the 14th day, then he says at evening. So if you're going to count the 14th day, and if you're going to say that sunset is evening, evening is sunset, then the first thing that happens on day 14 is evening. So when you say on the 14th day of the month at evening, this would be the very beginning of your 14th day that started after the daylight period of day 13. And so this would be the very first thing that occurs, and you're eating unleavened bread throughout the 14th day, throughout all of it. You got to eat all of it because you're eating unleavened bread from the evening, the very first day. So you can't eat unleavened bread during the daylight period on the 14th day in his analogy. Now, that's not mine. For me, this works so much better on my illustration, my understanding. But then he says, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month, which is, first of all, the 14th is clearly going to be identified throughout scriptures as the Passover day. The 21st day is the 7th day of a 7-day Moedim called the Feast of Unleavened Bread that actually began on day 15. So if you count day 14 to day 21, that's 8 days. But if you count from day 15 to day 21, which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, a separate and distinct Moedim, then that is your 7 days. But let me also point out that the terms until the 21st day of the month at evening. So if you're going to use an evening start to the day, then at the very first part of the 21st day, which is identified as a Sabbath and the last part of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And if you are done with the requirement to eat unleavened bread at the evening time of the 21st day, as indicated by this until, then you're done eating unleavened bread. At the very beginning of that last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you could conceivably eat leavened bread throughout that Sabbath day of your last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Very important, and those aren't points he's making. He's got a different point for this video, but I needed to use that video to point out, or that slide to point, and that scripture to point out the differences. And let me just say again, he's trying to make sure he understands that he's going to try to figure out how to fit 7 days into this 14th through the 21st. Even though this particular passage doesn't say you need to do that, he's going to conflate another passage that is talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread into this analysis where this particular passage is referencing both of those Moedim, both Moedim include eating unleavened bread. Okay, now we move on to his third slide, where he's presenting Leviticus chapter 23, verses 5 through 6. And I'll just read it for you real quick. In the 14th day of the first month at evening is the Lord's Passover, and on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. Okay. What does he say about this slide? He says this passage is another Passover description, and then he reads it like I just did. Now he, in reading it, makes no point about starting at evening on the 14th, but that's an important piece of this verse. And he doesn't emphasize moving to the 15th day for the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but he does emphasize the 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. So he is focused on this 7 days of eating unleavened bread, and this he is conflating with the Exodus passage to make you think, or because this is what he's embraced, he's thinking that you only eat unleavened bread for 7 days. But he's failing to keep things separate here. So let's break this down. That's his point. I see no other points that he made here, but let me make some points here. So again, we are on the 14th day, and that is the day that we're to reckon as the Passover. Over and over again in Scripture, throughout Scripture, Jubilee, wherever we turn, we know that the 14th day is the Passover. It's the day that we are to be celebrating the Passover. And what are the elements of the Passover? We've got the keeping of the Passover lamb, then the killing of the Passover lamb on the 14th, the eating of the Passover lamb, and then the actual Passover where the angel of death passes over Israel because of the blood over the lintel while they were eating the Passover lamb, culminating in the destruction of whatever's left over at the end of the day. Those are the elements of Passover that should all, in my opinion, because of how much it's presented and the way it's presented to us in Exodus, these all should be happening on the 14th day. If we're moving any of that off onto a different day, whether it's the 13th or the 15th, on the days bordering the 14th, you have a problem, in my estimation, with Scripture and with either your translations or your understandings. Okay, so let's continue to break this down. First of all, the 14th day is identified as the Lord's Passover, but in this particular translation, we have at evening again. This is oftentimes used as evidencing that, once again, we're starting a day at evening, but that is not what this is saying at all. What it is saying, first of all, this should be, I'm confident, this is Ben He Arbaim, and it should say between the evenings. So it would actually begin before the sun sets, not at the sun sets, because at evening, like the popular translations are giving us, would put us into the evening, which means at sunset or after sunset. But if you're saying Ben He Arbaim, which I'm confident that's what the passage says, let me confirm that before I continue. Okay, I did confirm that it reads Ben He Arbaim, so it's between the evening should be the correct translation. The NIV says at twilight, others are saying at sundown. But there's a vast difference between those two concepts. At evening puts you into the evening. Between the evenings says this is before the evening. So in the translation Sean's reading from, it's suggesting that on the 14th day of the month at evening is the Lord's Passover. So it would say once the evening begins, you begin your Passover on the 14th day. I'm going to say that all the information is definitely taking us to between the evenings, which is toward evening, before evening, in the third part of the day, which is given to the evening. All of these things suggest that that is when the entire assembly of Israel comes together to kill the lamb, and that is the beginning of the celebration of the elements of Passover. But let me just say that that has nothing to do with starting the 14th day. The 14th day has already started. It started with the sunrise, but you don't begin, the whole coming together of Israel does not occur until it's time to kill the lamb. And then they are all called together to kill the lamb. Prior to that, you just had certain folks within Israel who were preparing, but the actual elements of the Passover start when It's time to kill the lamb and then run through the third part of the night. That is not a full 24-hour period of time. That is the third part of the day to the third part of the night. That's half the day. So on the 14th day, and in that half the day is the killing of the lamb, the eating of the lamb, and the passing over of the angel of death, all on the 14th day of the first month. All right, so those are important things to see in this passage. First of all, we have wrong at evening, and then the Passover begins at some point during the 14th day. And then he doesn't really talk about the 15th day, but this is so important because this is the definition of the Passover, Moedim. And then we move on to the next Moedim, which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which starts on the 15th day of the same month and is the Feast of Unleavened Bread unto the Lord. And then he is emphasizing 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. But if you count from the 15th to the 21st, that's 7 days of eating unleavened bread. It's only if you count from the 14th to the 21st being the last day of unleavened bread, only then, if you're counting from the 14th, is it 8 days. But it is 8 days now because you have included the Lord's Passover, and actually Yahweh's Passover, and the Passover also includes unleavened bread with bitter herbs, separate time that you eat unleavened bread. All right. Then in his fourth slide, he presents Numbers 28, 16 through 17, and he reads it, so I will too. On the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord. Another affirmation that it's the 14th and not the 15th. That is the Passover of Yahweh. The elements of the Passover should be happening on the 14th. On the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of Yahweh. And on the 15th day of this month is the feast. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. So he read that and says it's another reiteration of Passover instructions. And I agree that it's instructions for those two Moedim together. But the exact same thing applies to this passage. We have on the 14th day the Passover of Yahweh, and then on the 15th day of this month we will have unleavened bread. So we begin counting 7 days from the 15th day of the month because that's the new Moedim. That's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. If we count eating unleavened bread from the 15th to the 21st, which is the last day of the Moedim, that is 7 days you are eating unleavened bread. But if you count the Passover, which is a separate and distinct Moedim, from the 14th, that is 8 days, which makes the Exodus 12 passage work. All right, I can't remember if he does it while this slide is up or if he takes the slides down, but he then goes into commentary and says we just got 3 different instructions in Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, all of which he thinks by inference, and maybe this is just me, but all those things by inference he says is establishing how you keep the Passover in 7 days, and it illustrates the start of a new calendar day each time. But then he says, no, there's more, because then he introduces Jubilees 49 for us, and we move to slide 5, which, get it straightened up here, which is Jubilees 49, 1 and 2. And then he reads it, and he emphasizes by night on the evening. So let me do the same. So this is 49, 1, 2. Let me say, this appears to be the R.H. Charles translations with a few cleanups. If he's pulling it from another translation, I don't know which one it is. I didn't find one that is word for word what he's got. But its construct is so much like the R.H. Charles version of this. And it reads like this: remember the commandment which the Lord commanded thee concerning the Passover, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the month, that you should kill it before it is evening, and that they should eat it by night on the evening of the 15th from the time of the setting of the sun. Okay, so he emphasizes this, by night on the evening of the 15th. Didn't really address what's above it, but he emphasizes that. And let me see if I can Look at what my notes of what he said. He says that now we're getting some indication of what it means to go from having the Passover lamb from the 10th to the 14th, and then slaying it on the 14th, and then eating it by night in the evening time of the 15th. And then he goes on to say, because the evening time is the transitionary moment between two calendar days. I put that in parentheses because I think I took that verbatim from him. Because the evening time is the transitionary moment between the two calendar days. Let me focus on that first in my review here. He just defined for us, and he's going to say this is what these scriptures are telling him. Evening time is the transitionary moment, not a period of time. If he's going to later say that sunset is also the transitionary moment, or he says that evening time is the sunset, then we have together identified that Sean is saying that the sunset, which he's here calling evening time, is the transitionary moment. So when the sun sets, we've moved from one day to the next, and it's the transitionary moment between two calendar days. That's what he thinks these passages are telling him, and that the evidence is pointing him to. But let me make some more notes about this. So he says that we're getting an indication of what it means to keep the lamb from the 10th to the 14th and then slaying it on the 14th. So in this slide, in this commentary, he's acknowledging that we need to kill it on the 14th. So that is before you transition to the 15th. And if that's sunset, that is before the sunset. So he's acknowledging that the lamb has to be killed before sunset, but that's what this passage is also saying. And then he goes on to say, though, that you eat it by night in the evening time of the 15th. Okay, so this is what you see in the R.H. Charles. And if you go to the LSV, it is basically, which is the literal standard version that I find in some of our translations. And if you go to the Ethiopian canons, you're going to see the R.H. Charles influence throughout all of that, because the LSV is just cleaned up, getting rid of the the shouldest and the these, and just turning it into common English. But it pretty much is word for word, just with more modern English associated with it, with the R.H. Charles. And the Ethiopian Bibles you might have, the canons of, grouping of scriptures that include Jubilees, will have the R.H. Charles version in there. And R.H. Charles definitely says on the evening of the 15th. Initially, when I discovered this, it was troubling, because I embrace that Jubilees is good, it is scripture. I embrace that. I don't embrace that all translations are good. I find way too many problems in the translations. And I find that it appears that so many translators are translating to their doctrines, to their paradigms, to their understandings. And I think that's probably happened here, because the church teaches, Judaism teaches, and the church then teaches that you have an evening start of the day. And if R.H. Charles was thinking this through, then he might have translated to the church doctrines. But I will also say that the passage is, I'm going to show it to you in a second here, the actual underlying Hebrew is difficult. But before I go on and talk, because I'll just say it here, I think by night on the evening of the 15th is bad translation, because when we get to the RSTNE, which I think is the best of the translations, it says they are to eat it by night on the evening to the 15th. And that is an entirely different thought, because you're eating it on the night prior to the beginning of the 15th. When the 15th is to begin, you are done with eating throughout the third part of the night. And that makes so much more sense in everything. And I'll explain why that is almost certainly a better translation than what R.H. Charles gave everybody here, which is now furthering the confusion of this discussion. But let me make some more comments here. Remember the commandment which Yahweh commanded you concerning the Passover, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first month. Again, another reference that the elements of Passover ought to be happening on the 14th day and not the 15th day. The 14th day is the celebration of Passover. That's when all of these events should be happening. Then he says, though, that you are to kill the Passover lamb before it is evening. Before it is evening. That puts us between the evenings, and I agree with that. Sean does too. It's suggesting that's how you keep the killing of the lamb in his construct on the 14th. When you move everything else off to the 15th, you still get to keep the lamb, killing of the lamb on the 14th, because this passage says you do it before it is evening. Then he goes on, and he says, for on this night, the beginning of the festival and the beginning of joy. Well, when he reads that, he says, what festival? And then he follows that up with, is the Passover day the 7-day festival? No, the Passover day is the 14th. So he is saying that. Well, I think that illustrates some things. Well, he's trying to say that this reference to the beginning of the festival, which is also the beginning of the joy. Whatever the beginning of this festival is the beginning of the joy. But he's saying this is not referencing Passover. Passover happened on the 14th. What he's saying is, it is referencing then, it would be the 7-day festival of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And then he goes on to say the 7-day festival is from the 15th to the 21st. Well, he clearly is seeing that. I mean, he sees that. And maybe because he sees that we have a 14th and then we have a 15th through 21st, he thinks he's actually understanding the other argument in this equation. Because, he's acknowledging the 14th, but he's not putting any eating on the 14th. He's putting all the eating on the 15th. He's only putting the slaying on the 14th, but then he gets to say that the Passover, that he's including the Passover, but he's not including the Passover meal. And then he goes on to differentiate that the 7-day festival is from the 15th to the 21st, and he's then acknowledging that we have a 7-day Feast of Unleavened Bread. But what he's failing to acknowledge here is that there is a meal for the 14th, and then there are 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You eat unleavened bread on the meal on the 14th. That's the first time you're eating unleavened bread. And then you have 7 more days of eating unleavened bread associated with the Feast of Unleavened Bread. 2 different things, 8 total days, which takes us from the 14th that we're eating unleavened bread to the 21st, to the evening of the 21st that we're eating unleavened bread. So I think he's got some elements that he is appropriately separating, and then other elements that he's inappropriately I don't see where he's getting anything explicit from Scripture where he's going to conflate some things, like the eating of Passover on the 15th day that he's going to present to us. There's no Scripture for that, only logic, reason, and inference that brings him back to that, because the Scriptures are keeping you separate. And then the Scriptures that he's having trouble with because he's failing to keep it separate and failing to see there is a meal on Passover that is separate from the seven times you eat unleavened bread in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And so that's screwing him up as he's trying to keep it all, the 14th to the 21st, all on 7 days unnecessarily. Let's see what else he says about this. Then he continues to read, for on this night, then what night is it? So let's go ahead and do it. For on this night, the night they start. So when he's just trying to say, what night are they talking about? The night they start actually eating the Passover lamb. I agree with that. But he's going to say that this is telling him that the night they're eating the Passover lamb is the 15th, because he has presumed the change of the calendar day. So when we get to the night, he's changed days to the 15th. And I'm saying that's unnecessary. If you stop doing that, quit taking the fallacy that you've got to. And he's not made the case. This doesn't make the case. He's not made the case that we do change a calendar day and we go from 14 to 15 at evening, which necessarily puts us eating that night on the 15th. He's not made that case. If he will stay with the fact that the evening and that night remain on the 14th, then the night we are eating is the Passover meal of the 14th, in which you're eating unleavened bread and bitter herbs alongside of the lamb. So, he's correct to emphasize what night is it. It's the same night they killed the lamb, right after they just killed it in the 3rd part of the day, which you're going to see him go to in a minute. And so it's that night that they're eating. He's saying, though, that night is the 15th. I'm saying, no, it's the 14th. And I think we're going to get to illustration here in just a second. Let's see if, then he finishes the passage, so I will too. For on this night, the beginning of the festival and the beginning of the joy, you were eating the Passover in Egypt, when all the powers of Mastema, which is Satan, had been let loose to slay all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, and the firstborn of Pharaoh from the firstborn of Pharaoh to the firstborn of the captive maid servant in the mill, and to the cattle. I just said something. I have to be careful. I don't want to do this. I presume Mastema is Satan, our adversary, because Satan is just our adversary. But I think there are indications that Mastema is another name for that adversary that was around during that period of time that the angel, before the flood, and we had the angels coming down and commingling with human babies. Okay, not babies, women. Okay, then Sean moves to his sixth slide and introduces to us Jubilees chapter 49, 10 through 12, which is just a little bit further down in the passage we just read, in the chapter we just read. And let's see, he reads it, and when he gets to a third part of day and night, he asks, how does that work? So let's go ahead and read it. Let the children of Israel come and observe the Passover on the day of its fixed time, on the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. And that's when he says, well, how does that work? He goes on to say, explain, remember, they had all night to eat once it was dark. Agreed with that statement, just not his application of it. And he states, that was the beginning of the festival. That was the beginning of the 15th. I would agree that eating that night is the beginning of the festival, but when he says that was the beginning of the 15th, now he's gone too far. He has not asserted that. That is still on the 14th. That is the festival of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the festival of Passover. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The festival of Passover, the Feast of Passover on the 14th, that they began to eat that night. It was not the beginning of the 15th. He goes on to say, because the 14th day at evening had ended, and the transitionary moment, evening, started the 15th day. The transitionary moment, evening, started the 15th day. Then they could eat the Passover lamb, and then they were supposed to eat it to the third part of the the third part of the night. He corrected himself. Okay, but let's think about what he's saying. Because the 14th day at evening had ended. At evening. The 14th, but think about what you're saying. I'm going to illustrate this in a second. The 14th day at evening of the 14th day was the beginning of the 14th day. It isn't the end of the 14th day, because when you reach the end of that daylight period, when the sun is up and the sun actually leaves, leaving the last part of that day and goes into the evening, we've transitioned already. So, because the 14th day at evening had ended. Now, if he wants to say, because the 14th day ended at evening, which maybe that is exactly what he's saying. If he wants to say the 14th day ended at evening, because that's the transitionary moment that started the 15th day. That's almost certainly what he's trying to say when he says the 14th day at evening. So I'll give that to him, because the 14th day ended as the sun left the sky, and at evening we began the 15th day. But I will say again, and I'm going to go to his passages here, he has not established that began the 15th day. He hasn't done anything. There's nothing in the passage that leaves the 14th for us, only if you presume that there is a transitionary moment that he's defined as the sunset. So let's read this passage together. Let the children of Israel come and observe the Passover on the day of its fixed time, on the 14th day of the first month. Another evidence that things should be happening between on the 14th day of the month, and it begins between the evenings. We'll see in other passages that it begins between the evenings. Not the 14th day begins between the evenings, but the celebration, the observation of the Passover on the 14th begins between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. So this is when the observance of Passover begins, on day 14, in the midst of day 14. We're not changing dates. We're in the 14th, so that all of the elements will occur on the 14th day, as every passage tends to push us to. The 14th day is the Passover, and that's how you're celebrating the events of that Passover. The keeping of the lamb, the killing of the lamb, the preparation and eating of the lamb, and then the actual Passover, and then the destruction of what is remaining of the Passover lamb before morning. Okay, all of that on day 14 is important. Okay, so then let's see what else he says here. And he reads again. If you don't already catch what it is saying, we're going to try to break it down and explain it with some visuals in a moment. Once again, he makes some more comments, and I can't remember if he kept this slide up or took the slide down while he made the comments. But I'm going to leave this slide up for a moment while I continue with some of the other things that he continued to say, because he asserts that there are before he continues, he asserts that there are multiple passages telling you, and then he points to Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, telling you that that 14th and then the 15th is when you eat it. Now, I think he meant to say, this is me talking because I think, he just stumbled there, as we all do. I think he meant to say, though, you slay the Passover on the 14th and the 15th is when you eat it. So he's basically saying that those three passages that he presented to us previously is telling him that you slay it on the 14th and eat it on the 15th, and that is not what they said. That's what he's inferred, and that's what he's telling you they said, but that is not what they said. That is going too far with the passages, because I assert that they kept not only the slaying of the lamb on the 14th, but the eating of the Passover lamb, the actual Passover, happening on the 14th, which you can do with the sunrise start of the day, and you cannot do with an evening start of the day, which is why he's having the problem. And having started with an evening or a sunset start of the day, he has to do this because he's not thinking it through, and he's not putting it appropriately on the timelines and seeing that it can't be. It just can't. You can't keep everything you need to keep on the 14th and have an evening start of the day on Passover. Just can't be done. And they're failing to see this. Why is he and why are they failing to see this? I can't answer that. It's just so evidential to me. It's like, it's just one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I don't know what their block is in it. And if I'm the one perceiving wrong, I need to be corrected. I wish to be corrected. I choose to be corrected. But let's keep going. He says that's actually when you slay it, followed right at evening time when there's a transitionary moment. So he's saying the lamb is slain on the 14th, and then it's followed right by evening time. And at that sunset, after you've slayed it, is the transitionary moment. He says moment, which is good. That's what you need to say. But that's what, then he goes on to say, that's why Jubilees helps you understand that there's a transitionary moment between the 14th and 15th, and helps you understand all the verbiage from Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. No, I'm going to say no. His passage does. His passage going back to Leviticus 1 and 2, where R.H. Charles is telling him in his translation that you're to eat it on the night by night on the evening of the 15th. That's what he's getting, but that's not, I don't think that's correct. But he's saying that's what everything is telling him, and that Jubilees is helping you understand what you need to understand about the transition of time from the 14th to the 15th at sunset. And that's just not what's happening. All right, and it's telling you, I'll finish this before I come back and do my illustrations, because I think it's time to do these illustrations and also comment to the rest of this passage in Jubilees 49:10 through 12. So let's finish what he's saying, and it's all telling you there are these three different parts to both day and night, agree, and I'm going to head there in a second. At evening time, they were to kill the Passover. Okay, no. I guess that's a maybe, because if you understand that the third part of the day, which is not evening, belongs to evening and is reckoned as evening, maybe. But in his comment here, he says at evening time, which he's been defining all along as sunset. And now he's saying at evening time they were to kill the Passover. I give it to him that I don't know that that's what he meant to say, but that's what he said. And if that is what he meant to say, then he's now taking it from before the sunset to at sunset when they're to kill the Passover. He goes on to say, then they were to eat it when it got dark, which is the 15th, which is wrong. He's inferring that. And they have all night to eat it to the third part of the night before the sun comes up. I agree that they have all night to eat it until through the third part of the night until the sun comes up, but that night belongs to the 14th and not to the 15th, as he has erroneously, in my opinion, asserted. And then he offers the opinion that this helps explain things that we see in the gospel accounts. Well, I do think all of this, if you understand Passover, it does help you understand exactly what you see in the gospel accounts, especially on Messiah's last day, when we watched the Talmidim approach him about how do you want us to. The time had come to slaughter and and prepare, and it was they referenced it as the first of unleavened bread, which is the Passover, according to what I'm telling you. And they go to Messiah and say, well, how do he wants to prepare? He sends them off to go get the room, and they probably, if they didn't have the lamb, they bought a lamb, and they did, a few of his disciples did the preparatory work. And then when evening came, Messiah came with the rest of his Talmidim and joined in the Passover meal that would have happened on the 14th. Okay, so I'm getting ready to move over to illustrations here, but I want to, because this is something that had troubled me in the past, and the first time I did a review of Sean's work, it was still troubling me, but I've come to realize as I read what this passage is truly saying. And this is correct in the R.H. Charles translation, so I will stay here in the R.H. Charles translation as well. And let me just say, so it goes on to say, between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. For 2 portions of the day are given to the light, and a third part of the day is given to the evening. So if the day is the period of time when the sun is up, and if you're going to divide the day into 3 parts, the first 2 parts are given to light and called light. The third part is given to the evening, and is still sun up. The sun is in the sky because it's still the day, but this third part is associated with the evening. And then they go on to explain that this is that which Yahweh commanded thee, that you should observe it between the evenings, ben Be'em again, which has us doing it this, what he's getting ready to talk about, between the evenings, before evening begins, is when they begin the observance of Passover. And it says it is not permissible, it goes on to say it is not permissible to slay it during any period of the light. And that was troubling, because as I was reading that the first times through, I was saying, oh my gosh, well, the sun is up. How do you kill the lamb when the sun is in the sky before it's evening when the sun sets, and not violate this where it says not permissible to do it in the period of the light? Well, here is the further explanation. But you do it during the time period bordering the evening. If it was in the evening, it wouldn't say bordering the evening. If you were at some place, you don't say you're in something bordering it. If you're bordering something, you are not in the place you're going. So if you're bordering on the evening, you have not yet arrived at evening. And if evening is when the sun sets, if that begins the evening and the start of a new day, we're talking about this period of time that precedes the evening when the sun is in the sky. Troubling until I realized that what it just said up here, that during the period of daylight while the sun is in the sky, 2 of those periods are considered to belong to the light, the day. And a third part, the last part of daytime, daylight, is considered to belong to the evening. And so when it says we are to slay between the evenings, what it's identifying for us is that third part of the day. You don't do it in the first 2 parts of the day. You do it in the third part of the day before it is evening, because that third part of the day belongs to the evening, which is why it also then says, but during the period bordering on the evening. Now I'm going to try to illustrate that, but let me finish this. And let them eat it at the time of the evening until the third part of the night, and whatever is left over of all its flesh from the third part of the night and onwards, let them burn it with fire. Okay, so I have illustrated on another methodology of timeline, I hope successfully, what Sean has given us and told us. And so I've baked into this illustration really all the points I think that Sean has been making throughout. And let me use this to illustrate, hopefully, that I am understanding what Sean has told me and what his position is. So let me explain as I go here. So over to the left, first of all, this is an illustration of day 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. So I've included day 13 because if you're going to start with an evening start of the day, we have to include the last part of day 13 so that we can get experientially day 14 beginning for us. So that's why I've included the 13th, but I also wanted to get to the 21st because that is the entirety of the period of time in question. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days that I'm illustrating here. In this first column, all I really intend to do, and I should have made these two gray sections of this table going down this column dark as well, because what I really want to illustrate is the idea, the concept, and that's all I'm doing here, that to the day belong 12 hours around the equinox, to the day belong 12 hours, and to the night belong 12 hours. To the light belong 12 hours, to the dark belong 12 hours, to the day belong 12 hours, to the night belong 12 hours. I hope I just said that right. But while these are out of proportion because really, the evening twilight is only 10% of the of 12 hours, which is an hour and 21 minutes ish at around equinox. And then the same thing would be true of the morning twilight. Well, clearly this is representing more than 10% each, but I did that because I've got to get language and wording in here. But this could have been blackened out. I guess it doesn't matter that I included it in gray or black. All of this belongs to the 12 hours of night or dark, however you want to do it. And this is, though, the transitionary moment, and I'm intending this to be this line of demarcation. So from this yellow representation, this is sun up. The sun is in the sky. From the gray representation, the sun has gone below the horizon, and that is a moment in time, and that is represented by this line right here. So this is the transition in time that Sean is offering us as a definition of evening, and he's offered that transitionary moment. I think he's going to continue to do it through his video as evening. This transitionary moment he's calling evening, which equates to sunset, which equates to this line when the sun has left the sky, the moment the sun leaves the sky. Okay, if you're going to, it's very important now, that's one of the reasons why I'm illustrating this, if you're going to say that is the transitionary moment in time, and that the evening period, which is the twilight period, starting with the sun setting and going through the twilight period, if that evening time is the beginning of your first day, that is the first event of day 14. So we have gone through the day on the 13th, and once the sun leaves the sky, we transition into the 14th, which is the evening on the 14th and the start of the 14th. So important to keep that in mind because that just started his 14th day. And when we see at evening on the 14th, this is what it's pushing us back to. If it's going to say before the evening or between the evenings on the 14th, then it might even be pushing us back to the 13th if we're going to reckon with a sunset start or sunset transition of the 24-hour calendar period of a day where the calendar changes. So we have the first thing that happens is day 14 at evening. And then we go through, we would be going through, and I'm just going to follow this. We go through the evening, the night, and the morning of the 14th. When we wake up that next daytime period, it's still the 14th. You continue in the 14th, and you continue. And then you have the lamb being slain on day 14, and this is where Sean would have the lamb being slain. And let me come back in and get rid of this so that I can see if I can illustrate this better, because that's when the lamb is being slain. If you're going to divide this 12 hours of daylight, this will be not proportional, but you'll get the idea. You're going to have 3 parts of day. And Jubilees just told us that if you divide this 12 hours of daylight into 3 parts, the first 2 parts are given to light, and the third part is given to evening, even though the sun remains in the sky. And this is the period of time between the evenings, between either that evening and this evening, or that evening and this evening. But either way, it puts us before this forthcoming evening event. It puts us in front of it. This is when you're slaying the lamb. And in Sean's illustration and his, I think what he's even if he's saying, if he makes the faux pas, because I think it would be a faux pas that he says the lamb is being slain at evening, he means to be saying between the evenings, before the evening, toward evening, because that's what he reads. And that's the only way you can keep it on day 14, because as soon as you hit the evening, at evening, you've transitioned into the 15th in his understanding. So according to Sean, you have the first two periods that belong to the light, the third period that belong to the evening, and that's when you slay the lamb. But the moment the sun goes down, this line, you've crossed the line from day 14 into day 15. And so to follow the command that you eat it that same night that you slay the lamb, if you're going to presume that which he has done, presume it, then that has you eating on the 15th. Now, logically, and if you're going to presume that transition of the day then logically it makes sense that you are eating on the 15th, but you don't see any commands in Scripture telling you that. All you ever see in Scripture, and if you do, show me, because all you ever see in Scripture is the Passover is the 14th day. The 15th begins the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Nowhere does Scripture tell us to conflate those 2 days into one evening, but if you're or into one Moedim or one event, where you have the eating of the Passover meal also representing the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Nowhere does it say that. In fact, throughout Scripture it's pretty evidential that they are separate Moedim. You got the 14th day Passover, you got the 15th through 21st day Feast of Unleavened Bread. But if you're going to start with Sean's presumption, this is how it's got to work. So he's then got us eating. I've included prepare Passover, but you could have some preparation of the lamb up here and then some preparation in the evening. Either way, you still land in eating the Passover on the 15th because evening has come and the 15th day has eaten. But also because it's the 15th, you are now being told, Sean says he's being commanded to also observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and now we've conflated the two things. So the first day of his Feast of Unleavened Bread has also started at the same time that we're eating the Passover. So the Passover meal is the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread in Sean's reckoning, in his understanding, which then also necessarily, and I think he references, is also begins our Sabbath day. And then he has us eating because you start eating in the twilight, in the evening period, and you eat through the night, through the third part of the night. So you're eating through what he's calling the 15th, which continues to be a Sabbath, and in the original Passover would have included the angel of death coming through on the 15th day, not the 14th day in his reckoning. And then you would have continued into the morning hour, the 15th day, which is also a Sabbath. And then when the sun actually came up, you are still in the 15th day, which would be the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and continues to be the Sabbath. And you continue on this first day until the sun sets again at this line, and you begin day 2 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread on day 16. That repeats here. You keep day 16 throughout the evening and morning, through evening, through morning, through the day until evening, and then you start day 17. Same pattern through 18, 19, and 20. But in 20, it kind of becomes important because we follow the 6th day of eating unleavened bread on down through. It begins, and we eat it all the way through morning, and we eat it through the daylight period here on what Sean would be calling the 20th day, or the 6th day of unleavened bread. But then we hit day 7 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread at evening when the sun has set. And this begins the 21st day. The very first event of the 21st day is evening, but the day 21 continues. Day 7 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread continues past evening through the night into the morning, through the daylight periods of this day 21, which is the 7th day. And then he says you are to stop eating unleavened bread at evening because to continue enters the 21st. So he's got us eating unleavened bread here throughout this day, but he says eating unleavened bread, you need to stop at evening, because as soon as you hit evening, you are now in day 22. But I'll say it here before I illustrate it later. I think he's losing sight of the fact that if you're getting to evening here and you're eating, this is not the until evening of the 21st. This would be until the evening of the 22nd. If you're going to stop eating here, you are not eating until the evening of the 21st. You are eating until the evening or starting of the 22nd. And if you take literally the passage that says you are to eat at evening on the 14th until the evening of the 21st, you stop eating unleavened bread right here, or at least the command is to quit eating unleavened bread. So potentially you could conceivably eat leavened bread throughout that Sabbath day. You could, because while the command to keep the 21st as within the 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread continues, the command and the instruction to eat unleavened bread until the evening of the 21st has you stopping the eating of the unleavened bread in the midst of that 7-day period and before that last day, or actually at the beginning of that last day, so that throughout that last day you are no longer eating leavened bread. I think I have fairly represented what Sean has given me here. But let me introduce what I consider to be the fatal flaws in this analysis. I've been talking about it, but let me show it with some additional markups in this illustration. This once again is Sean's reckoning of a day with so it's illustrated with the evening start of the day, a sunset start of the day with. Let me just quickly show to you again how I've done this and set it up so you can make sure you're following. Here I have actually shown the 12 hours again. It's the same setup that I did in the previous illustration here, but here I did go ahead and just combine the two twilights together, but we still have the same transitionary moment here, which is this line right here. It's this line. So on this side is 1 day, and the light is 1 day, and in the gray is the next day, because we've transitioned according to Sean's reckoning. Well, the first flaw that I already mentioned, but I've put it in the table here, this illustration, the fatal flaw, I think it's a fatal flaw, but I think they're all fatal flaws. But what we're saying is that the passage reads, on the 14th day at evening. So the command is at evening on the 14th day. So the very first thing we have is evening on the 14th day. And if you're going to and that's when the command is to eat unleavened bread at evening on the 14th day. So if you're going to eat unleavened bread, and if your first meal for unleavened bread is at evening on the 14th day, it's the first day following the daylight period of day 13, and before you ever slay the lamb, before you ever eat a dinner, you are ready to eat unleavened bread, which also then, if you're going to conflate the two, would put you on the first day of unleavened bread. Well, it doesn't work. So if you're going to stay with the passage, it says at evening on the 14th day. It's possible that you can reconcile that if the Hebrew of that passage would maybe convert it to like Ben Hey Arbaim and get you between the evenings, because then that could put you back in, just before the beginning of what would be the 15th day in his reckoning. But that's not how the passage reads. It's not Ben Harbaim, it is Be Areb. Here is Exodus 12:18. And in the evening you shall eat unleavened bread on the first month and the 4th and 10th day of the month in the evening. And it's Be Areb. Be Areb. This is the same word used in the Leviticus 23:32, where it says on the 9th day at evening, or in the evening. This Be Areb is at evening in Leviticus 23:32. So here in Exodus 12:18, it's Be Areb and not Ben Hey Arbaim. So the concept is not between the evenings. The concept is at evening. At evening. Okay, so while that might have saved this evening to evening construct, or this construct of a day with the sunset being the transitional period from one calendar day to the next, it doesn't, because you can't. So the passage 12:18, Exodus 12:18, has you eating unleavened bread at the beginning of the 14th day, that in Sean's illustration, his reckoning of a day would have him eating unleavened bread starting with the beginning point of day 14. I think it's worth interrupting and adding here that while his illustration has us beginning the requirement to eat unleavened bread at the beginning of day 14 at evening, we would be eating unleavened bread throughout the 14th, but he has us eating no meal on the 14th because he moves the Passover meal to the 15th in his reckoning. So if we're going to eat unleavened bread at evening on the 14th day, which starts the day in his reckoning, and eat unleavened bread throughout the 14th day, okay, but there's no meal to eat it with as well. The meal, the first of his meals, start on the 15th in his reckoning. So by the time you're getting to day 15, you are already when you start day 15, you're in the second day of the unleavened bread, the period, this 7-day period of time. He's saying you got to eat unleavened bread. Okay, what I also think is a fatal flaw that I see consistently throughout the scripture is all the elements of Passover should be happening on the 14th. That is the killing of the lamb, the eating of the lamb, the actual angel of death passing through the land on the original Passover, and then the destruction and burning of the remainder of what's left of the Passover lamb. And that's just missing on the 14th. It has been completely moved to the 15th, and then also by necessity conflated with the next Moedim, so that we have an overlap of the two Moedim, and there's no instruction for that. I think that's a fatal flaw. Here I have continued, I just highlighted that it continues to be, this is day 1 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, if you've already started eating unleavened bread. And if you are going to take the command of 12:18 so literal, where it says you're going to eat unleavened bread from the 14th to the 20 until the 21st, and you're having trouble because you're eating unleavened bread for 8 days, and you're not separating that you eat unleavened bread for 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and you eat unleavened bread in the evening of the 14th. If you're not separating it, you've got your problem, but you're not solving it with this solution either. Okay, then these are all red because these are all, a mixed day. I mean, we've got the day of unleavened bread happening too soon again. And by the time we are on day 7 of unleavened bread, we're only on day 20. We haven't even reached day 21, because at evening of day 21, the unleavened bread would end. But even so, leaving the counting of the days out, if you're going to take 12, is it 19, 21st day in the evening? Because when you get, I'm pull it back over, when you get to the 21st day, the 1st and 20th of the month, again is Be'arab, at evening. It's not between the evenings again, it's Be'arab. It's not Ben He'arbam. So it's got you ending the eating unleavened bread on at the beginning of the 21st day, because that's when you are starting your day according to Sean's understanding. So basically we have the full 7th day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, where you are not eating unleavened bread, even though it's the Sabbath. So conceivably you could be eating leavened bread, and that is, in my opinion, a significant and maybe fatal flaw. And I don't want to put too much wording, I don't want to put too much into Sean's, what he would mean by this, but he obviously is thinking, by all appearances anyway, thinking that you got to be eating unleavened bread, even though the command to eat unleavened bread has ended at the beginning of this day. It seems clear that he is believing he's got to continue eating unleavened bread throughout the 21st day, because he then starts talking about how you've got to, at the end of this 21st day, you've got to, you stop eating unleavened bread, because if you do it into the next evening, you have gone into the 21st evening. So he's got us eating throughout the 21st day, even though the passage he's relying upon and working from tells him that if he's going to define the day, calendar day starting with the evening, it has him stopping eating unleavened bread at the very first part of the day 21. There's no reason to even talk about approaching day 22 because you're a whole day away from the evening of the 22 when you stop eating unleavened bread. I think these are fatal flaws in Sean's analysis and logic. All right, in a moment I'm going to offer you what I think is a vastly better timeline to work from, with the sunrise starting, or with the calendar day starting with the sunrise of each day. And I'll demonstrate that to you for a moment. But let me first go back and revisit something, because I think we need to, because we have to overcome this. I'm going back to Sean's slide where he gave us Jubilees 49, chapter 49, verses 1 and 2, where we have in the R.H. Charles translation that he's given us this instruction that we are to eat it by night on the evening of the 15th, giving Sean and those who are, embrace Jubilees and not questioning the R.H. Charles translation of it, giving them a reason to try to work through why you've got to eat on the 15th when all the other instructions are telling you you've got to eat on the 14th. This one instruction is telling you something else, which calls into question either the scriptural authenticity of Jubilees, which I don't, or it calls into question the translations, the accurate and correct translation of the original scripture, which I do, because this is not the only translation that exists. And I have recently obtained the underlying Hebrew for Jubilees that appears to be the Hebrew that R.H. Charles and these various translators are going to be working from. Not necessarily, but probably. And I'm going to reconcile these things. So let me first move to the Yah Scriptures. This is the Yah Scriptures. Yah Scriptures, that's a separate and distinct grouping of people who are creating the Yah Scriptures, but they're basing it off of the Hallelujah Scriptures. And the Hallelujah Scriptures identify with C.J. Coaster's work. But if you get into how they have approached translating, they're trying very hard to let the underlying Hebrew and underlying Greek speak for itself. If the word's not added, they don't want to add it, as so many other translations have done, where they've added words to try to make things work. They're trying not to do that, and they are trying not to. They won't put footnotes in. You won't see footnotes in their translation because they don't want to influence. They want you to read it for what it is, and they don't want to influence with footnotes and opinion. And so they're trying to eliminate that from their renderings of the underlying text, leaving as much church doctrine, as much doctrine, predisposition, presuppositions out as possible. And this is how they rendered it. It reads, remember the Sabbath. Let me get my pencil here. Remember the Sabbath, remember the command which Yahweh commanded you concerning the Pesach, which is the Passover, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first month, that you should kill it before it is evening, and that they should eat it by night in the evening from the time of the setting of the sun. There is no mention of the 15th or the day 5 and 10. No mention here. Makes me wonder, what Hebrew script they are translating from. Makes me wonder that, but when I first started observing this, I didn't know for sure, and I still don't know what they're translating from. But let me also show you the RSTNE. And if you're not familiar with the RSTNE, that's an acronym for Restored Scriptures True Name Editions. It is spearheaded by a Hebrew, what he would call himself a Jew, but he's Messianic, and his objective, he has his own stated objectives, and a lot of work they've done. So, I'll let him speak for himself what his objectives are, but he is also trying to be as literal as possible to the scriptures. Let me show you how he translated this passage. It reads like this: remember the mitzvah, which is command. While the Yah Scriptures and the Hallelujah Scriptures include Hebrew words, English renditions of Hebrew words, RSTNE takes that to another level altogether. He thinks there's value in us understanding and incorporating the Hebrew words when appropriate. Well, okay. there are reasons for that, and I'll let them make their arguments. But mitzvah is command. So remember the mitzvah which I, Yahweh, commanded you concerning the Pesach, which is Passover, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first month, Kodesh's month. That you should kill it before it is evening, which are all in, so far they're all in agreement on that, including R.H. Charles, that you should kill it before it is evening, and that they should eat it by night on the same evening. And they're all in agreement on that, but here's how we differentiate it, because he reads to the 15th from the time of the setting of the Shemesh, which is sun. So let me just reread this again. Remember the mitzvah which I, Yahweh, commanded you concerning the Pesach, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first Chodesh, that you should kill it before it is evening, and that they should eat it by night or by Lila on the same evening to the 15th from the time of the setting of the sun. Has me wondering what he's translating from. Well, when I first started working with these, I did not have underlying Hebrew, but I have since found it, and let's visit that. So we can find the underlying Hebrew through Sepharia Library, and they're giving us the Book of Jubilees, chapter 49. And they give us the Hebrew, and then they give us the translation. And as I read the translation, remember the commandment which the Lord commanded thee concerning the Passover, that thou shouldst celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first day. It sure sounded a lot like R.H. Charles, and lo and behold, that's what they've done. So they're providing us the, I'm not able to highlight that. They're providing us the Hebrew, but then they're giving this the R.H. Charles rendition. So here is verse 2 of the Hebrew, and but underneath it, the translation they're giving us is the R.H. Charles. So here we are again. And if you're not careful, you would think that the Sepharia Library people are saying, yep, that's what it's saying too, that you're to eat it by night on the evening of the 15th from the time of the setting of the sun. But since they provided the underlying Hebrew, I can go and pull these words out. First of all, I can take I can highlight this and copy this and go to iTranslate and get the, what they will tell me is the translation of this. But it pretty much, as most of the translators do, when you put phrases together, it just tends to spit out what is given to us in the various translations and isn't necessarily true to the actual word-by-word Hebrew that goes into it. But if you will take each of these words individually, this word, this word, this word, this word, this word, this word, and plug them into iTranslate, you can get the language of that and what it says. So let me go pull that up real quick. So here is the literal word for word translation that we get from iTranslate, word for word. So that first word is because, the second word is slaughter, third word is him, fourth word is between, the fifth word is a combination of words, and they've translated it as Arabs. And then the next word is and eat. It's a combination of words, and eat him is the next word. At night last is the next word. It's the next concept, at night last. The 5:10 from time to come the sun. That might be a difficult translation for some, but let me make some explanations here before, let me get my pencil here, before I go back and revisit what we just read in Hebrew. Yeah, in Hebrew at the Sepharia Library. Because when we say Arabs, when you get into the word study, Arab, E-R-E-B, is often, there are some uses of it that approach the translation into Arabs, just like you see here. But it also crosses into Arab, evening, the translation into the evening. And I will show you the word that they're translating as Arabs and how the Sepharia Library actually translates it as between the twilights. I mean, there's no question about what they're doing with this word, but this is the one in question. And Sepharia Library says evenings, but even if you're not, twilight, but, and some other things. But even if you're not going to take twilight, it would still have to be more of the common understanding of the evenings, which would be Arab or Arbaim or things of that nature. But I'll show that to you in a second. But the other thing that's of importance is to see that it translates at night last, referencing a last night, the night before. not the coming night, the night that just passed, the night that just passed. And if you're going to measure from the 15th, from the coming of the sun, not the setting of the sun, even the RST&E said from the setting of the sun. The Yah scripture said from the setting of the sun. But the literal word is to come the sun, which is not the setting of the sun, but the rising of the sun. So day 15, if you're going to reckon from day 15, the start of the 15th, starting with the rising of the sun, the coming of the sun, and that begins the 15th. And if you're going to measure when you are slaughtering him and eating him, and talk about last night from the start of the 15th, that puts you on the 14th again. So, literally, this should maybe read something more like, because slaughter him between the twilights and eat him last night from the beginning of the 15th day, when the sun rises. That sure seems to be a more realistic translation of this actual word. Let me go back to... Let me go back here because I want to show you this particular word. When I highlight that, and what they're giving me in Safaria's library is that this word is twilight. So where I translated this as the Arabs, between the Arabs, because this word is between, among, during. And then this word is twilight. So it's between twilights according to Safaria's library. But I call it the Arabs. So the concept is here that you are to kill it, because this is slaughter, and him being the same, or some translations say the same, but it's him, between the twilights, and eat him again, him or the same, mix, medley, not sure, what did I translate that as before? Let me see what it gave me in the other. Eat. Oh, that's the night last. Yeah, that's when we put it in. I translate. It becomes night last, and then we have no definition for that one in Safaria, but then we have the 5 and 15 here. So let's go plug this into iTranslate real quick. Oh, sorry. Let's go plug those two words in so that you can follow what I'm saying here. Here's the word. It said mix and mixing. Let's go copy it and plug it into iTranslate and see what it tells us. At night, last. Okay, so that's how I came up with at night last in this what I came here. So at night and last, two different words arriving us at last night, not the same night, but last night if you're measuring, same night if you're going to measure from the 14th, last night if you're going to measure from the 15th when the sun comes up. And then we have this then we have, let's see what this gives us. This is the 5 and 10. But this is where we translate as the coming of the sun. Come. The sun. Okay, so that's why I am saying that we have a problem with the R.H. Charles translation, and maybe the other translations too, but I do think that we are much closer when I think there's plenty of reason to question whether R.H. Charles should have told us that you're to eat it by night on the evening of the 15th, because that seems to be an incorrect translation, placing you eating on the 15th when the Yah scriptures, the RST&E, and the Hebrew itself all tend to lend itself to eating it on the 14th before the 15th begins before the 15th begins. The RST&E says to the 15th from the setting of the sun. But that idea has already got us eating that, I think. Okay, I'm not going to stay there. But the underlying Hebrew says from the, to the coming of the Son. Okay, let me move off of this. Okay, so the point of bringing that up is to draw into question Jubilees 49, 1 through 2 as R.H. Charles and the Literal Standard and those working off of the R.H. Charles translations gave it to us, because that would be a legitimate question, a legitimate problem if that were an accurate translation, but the accuracy of that translation is in question. And I wanted to, preempt this with some evidence to ponder there. So let me show you my correct rendition, what I believe is a correct rendition of the events, using a sunrise start of the day, which fixes all of these problems, in my opinion. Notice the very first thing. Well, here, let me just stay in this first column here, where we do have, I'm just differentiating here, the 12 hours of daylight and then the 12 hours of evening. And then in what I've put here is that the transitionary moment is not necessary. So we have this evening event, but it isn't transitioning from one calendar day to the next. It has nothing to do with transitioning from one calendar day to the next. It's just simply the evening portion of the same day. So we have the daylight, we start with sunrise, and then we have the evening portion of the same day. We have the night portion of the same day, and we have the morning portion of the same day. The fact that I'm starting with the sunrise completely eliminates the need to even include day 13 in the analysis. I don't need it anymore, so I didn't, because day 14 would begin the Moedim, and there it is. It's the Moed of the Feast of Passover, not the Moed of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It's the Moed of the Feast of Passover. And it is all day. The commemorative day starts in the daytime. But if you're going to, and I'm going to do it here, let me get rid of those. If you're going to take this daylight period of 12 hours and divide it into 3, and I'm not going to be able to do it proportion, but you'll get the idea. We have 3 days of this day, or 3 parts of this daylight period. Parts 1 and 2, Jubilees 49 tells us, belong to the light. But the third part, which is occurring in the daylight, the sun is up, but it belongs to the evening according to Jubilees. So I read that to be that it is reckoned according to the evening, and we are commanded over and over, we're commanded to slay the lamb between the evenings, toward evening, depends on what passage you're reading, but over and over again, the lamb is slain before the evening, toward evening, between the evenings, and Jubilees tells us that you cannot do it in the first 2 parts of the day that belong to light. They're telling you it has to be done in the third part of the day that belongs to evening. It's reckoned to belong to the evening, even though evening hasn't come yet. It's clearly, because it goes on to say in that very same passage that this third part of the day borders the evening. If we were talking about evening itself, we would not say border the evening. So this third part of the day with the sun up is when we slay the lamb. And then when the sun goes down, which I've represented here, we do not transition to a new day. We are simply now eating the, we're going into the next phase of the handling of the Moed of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Let me also say that in the command of Exodus, this is when all of Israel gathers together to slay the lamb. So they all gather for this, and this begins, it doesn't begin the day that is reckoned to be the Moed. It had nothing to do with the calendar day. It does not begin the calendar day, but it does begin the observance of the Moed of the Feast of Passover, the appointed time that occurs on day 14, in the midst of day 14, and throughout day 14, beginning between the evenings, just before evening, toward evening, all of this. This is when all of Israel gathers together, and we have the beginning of the Moed of the Feast of Passover that happens within the midst of day 14, starting in the third part of the day, between the evenings, going through the evening when they begin to eat the Passover. And they do eat the Passover with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. So this is the first time that you're eating unleavened bread. It's counted amongst the 8 days that Sean is having trouble with. It's counted because you do have 8 days, consecutive 8 days of eating unleavened bread between the evening of the 14th and the evening of the 21st. But it is not to be counted with the Moed of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So we continue to eat through the night, through the first, second, and third parts of the night. And I think in the second part of the night probably is when the angel of death passed through on the original Passover through the land of Egypt, and it happened on day 14. So all of my events are happening on day 14. And then you need to burn the remainder of the Passover lamb. Any of the flesh that's left over, you are to burn as you are approaching morning. Toward morning, I think that it's safer to burn before you are actually hitting twilight, but it's all the same thing, because all of this is on the 14th day. And this has nothing to do with the start of the day. So when it says that the moed of the Feast of Passover is to begin between the evenings or around, well, the wrong translations say at evening, but, our commands, really our instructions are between the evenings, toward evening, before evenings. This is when the moed begins. But the moed is not a full 24-hour day. It's from here, which would be, basically 4/6 of the day are we celebrating the moed. Now I will say on the 14th there are some in the land who would be having to do some work associated with this. In the day of Messiah, this is his last day before his Passover. He sent, his disciples got up and they said, hey, it's time to slaughter. It's the first of unleavened bread. It's time to slaughter. And what do we do? So he sends them off and they go find the room according to his instructions. And did they already have the lamb? Did they need to buy the lamb? I don't really know, but they had to start preparing the lamb. And they killed the lamb here before the evenings. Now I don't know that it's clear in the gospel accounts if Messiah and the rest of his Talmudim came along to witness and be part of the, and be part of, because the instruction in Exodus is that the whole assembly of Israel comes together for the slaying of the lamb. So did Messiah with his Talmudim come, and were they present during the preparation of the lamb? Don't know. It wasn't clear to us. But we do know when they say when the time came, which is evening time, when they were to eat the Passover lamb. And this is exactly what they did. And they ate the Passover that night, starting in the evening, along with unleavened bread and bitter herbs, through the night as they were commanded. But they were done eating in maybe the early parts of the night. And by the time we're in the middle of the night, they are off and in the garden already. Okay. So this is a rendition. I don't have to apologize for anything. The only thing that is happening here is that for some who are just so convinced that the evening is the start of the day, and they're presuming that every time you mention a moed, you must be talking about a calendar day, a full 24-hour calendar day. If they're hung up on that, they're having problems with this, but it fits perfectly on this day 14. Everything fits in the day 14, and I have not introduced any of the elements of the next Moedim, which is the Moed of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It is a separate and distinct 7-day period of time, and you can have no leaven in your home during this 7 days. That's another thing that I suggest on day 14, before they are getting to, slaying the lamb. Is this also, because we see in the gospel accounts are calling it the day of preparation, is this also the period of time on the 14th where they've got to get all the leaven out of the house? Because there is no command to not have any leaven on the 14th. There's only command not to eat leavened bread. You have to eat unleavened bread that night. So is this when they're getting rid of all of the leaven? I don't know. But here's the command in the feast of the Moed of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You are not to have any leaven in your houses or throughout the land. It all needs to be gone. So this begins it on day 15, as we are, the instructions tell us. And so when the sun comes up, when the sun rises, we enter day 15, which is the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread and is a Sabbath day. And we keep eating unleavened bread and observing Sabbath throughout this entirety of the day. And then at sunrise, we begin day 2 of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Then sunrise, day 3, sunrise, day 4, sunrise, day 5, sunrise, day 6. And notice we have no transition of any of the days. Same day throughout the entirety of that day. But here we get to the end of the 20th day. And then what do we reach? Day 21. Well, I do not have the first thing happening being the evening, because the command is you are to eat unleavened bread, be'oreb, at evening, the 14th day at evening until the 21st day at evening. But in my illustration, I don't have to stop eating unleavened bread on the 21st day. I have to keep eating unleavened bread throughout the 21st day until I do reach evening, because at evening is when the requirement to eat unleavened bread ends. Day 7 hasn't yet ended. You're still in Sabbath, but the requirement to eat unleavened bread ended, according to at least Exodus 12. But does that mean people are going to start eating? I don't know. Could they start eating? Maybe. I don't know. All we know is that the instruction from Exodus 12 has us stopping right there. But see, look how this works. I don't have to explain anything away. And I do have 8 days of eating unleavened bread. Unleavened bread here first on the Feast of Passover, and then unleavened bread second on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and then 8th throughout the day here, because that's what the instructions tell us. And I don't have to invent, I don't have to explain anything away with this construct of a day. Okay, let's return to Sean's presentation. He introduces this slide 7 that he's entitled The Sabbaths, or Sabbaths. I'm not sure why he did, but we'll see. And then his comment, well, okay, maybe this is why, because his comments, he starts, when he presents this slide, he says, looking at the Sabbaths. He presents Leviticus 23, 1 through 2. I'll read it for you. I'm not sure he did, but I'll read it for you. The Lord spoke again to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, The Lord's appointed times, which you shall proclaim as holy convocations, my appointed times are these. And I think he asked us to make a mental note. Let's go see what he says. Yeah, his comments are looking at the Sabbaths because it helps us calculate these ideas together when we look at the Feast of Unleavened Bread. I'm not 100% sure that I can understand what he's really trying to say, but I think his point is that he's getting ready to look at the Sabbaths because throughout Leviticus 23, we're getting ready to start describing some Sabbaths, and the Sabbaths they're all appointed times. First of all, the 7th-day Sabbath is an appointed time, and then the other appointed times include Sabbaths, and on those Sabbaths we are to have a holy convocation, which is an assembly, a set apart, a Kodesh assembly. And then he goes on to explain my appointed times are these. So let's look at what he finishes saying. He says, take a mental note, look at the appointed times and holy convocations. These are important terms to understand. And then he goes on to say, and I don't know if he took this slide down or not, or, maybe he left it up. He goes on to say, opening up Leviticus, he introduces his holy convocations, what he calls his appointed times. Now he begins a list of what they are. Now he's about to go down the list of what those appointed times are. So this is what Sean is introducing, because he's getting ready to say we're going to have him in the next slide begin to list the various appointed times. And so let me get my pencil here. And so this is his next slide, slide 8. And he says the first holy convocation and appointed time is the 7th-day weekly Sabbaths. And he's illustrated it here. So it's the first appointed time, weekly Sabbath day. First of the Moedim, appointed times. Then he goes on to say, then explains the Feast of Passover and unleavened bread. Now, you'll notice, even though our passages in all of them, in Exodus, in Leviticus, and Numbers, they separate Passover, the 14th day, with the Feast of Unleavened Bread, starting on the 15th day of the 15th day and then going for 7 days. But he has conflated in here. He's saying all of it is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And then he goes on to say, he offers us a shortcut or hint where the Gospels use Passover and unleavened bread interchangeably because they are intimately connected. Sometimes terms are intermixed. And then he goes on to say again, the Feast of Unleavened Bread includes Passover. That statement goes too far. I can embrace that when we get to the gospel accounts, when people are coming into Jerusalem from the lands and they're coming in for all 8 days of this period of time, because we have 2 back-to-back moeds, and on both of the moeds is the command to eat unleavened bread. So you begin eating unleavened bread on the 14th day when you begin the moed, which is at, between the evenings, and then you are eating at evening and in the evening, and through the night when you are doing it, you are eating unleavened bread. So that is the first day of unleavened bread. Not the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, but it's the first day that you would be eating unleavened bread. So it is in the gospel called when the day for, when the day came for eating unleavened, the first of unleavened is commonly how the Greek reads, the first of unleavened, which is the first time you're eating unleavened bread. That was also the same day you were called to slaughter. That's how you know that that first day of unleavened, one of the ways that you know that the first of unleavened bread is occurring on the 14th. But Sean's using that same rationale to say that the 2 days are pretty much the same and interchanged. So when you see the reference to the first of unleavened bread, that he says it's also saying that that's the first day of the feast of unleavened bread and conflates them together. But that's going too far, because he says again that the feast of unleavened bread includes Passover, and that's why I think that's why he's represented this way. He didn't show us Passover, which is the second moed. He's only showing us the feast of unleavened bread and then including the Passover in there. And that's how he's been presenting. That is consistent with what he's been presenting. But I will say here again, he has no scriptural reason to do that other than the inferences he's making based upon the presumptive fallacies he's embraced, where you've got to have an evening start of the day, and the transition of the 24-hour calendar day begins at evening. He has started with that, and it has forced him into this position, and this is how he's rationalized it, but he's not doing it off Scripture. He's doing it off of need and trying to incorporate those two things and find a logical path, which he's failing on, in my opinion. Okay, then he goes on to explain the Feast of First Weeks. He goes on covering the other feasts, and I'm not going to do it here. Maybe when we get to, we'll be coming back to the Day of Atonement because of how important that is. And then he goes on to talk about the Feast of Tabernacles, which is a week long, 8 day long, and then he explains how Jubilees also explains the ingathering, and that's good. I'm fine with that. So then he moves to his 9th slide, where he has put up Leviticus 23:32 in both the Masoretic text and the Septuagint text. And then while this screen is up, it may not, I think it's while it's up, he ask what we've just seen explained to us about what evening time was. So he goes on to say, let me rephrase. Let me say that again. He asks us what we've just seen explained to us about what the evening time was. And then he says, it was that transitionary time between one calendar day and another calendar day. So that's what he's trying to drive home. When you say evening, you are saying sunset, and, well, you're not saying sunset, but you're meaning sunset. And you have just transitioned from one calendar day to another calendar day. Have to keep that in mind, because that's so important in the timelines I've been talking about. And we cannot then also give us an evening at the end of the day, because that would be before the transition of the day. Okay. So let's see what he goes on to say. What is interesting in the Septuagint is that it offers the plural of Sabbaths, which he says makes perfect sense with the entirety of the chapter, because the chapter pulls in all the different Sabbaths. And he says that for a lot of people, this is the clincher. So weekly Sabbaths and feast days are evening to evening, you keep your Sabbaths. So what is he telling us here? First of all, he is differentiating, and let me just read this. It says, it is the Sabbath. It is to be a Sabbath of complete rest to you, and you shall humble your souls on the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening until evening, you shall keep your Sabbath, singular. But in the Septuagint, it says, it shall be a holy Sabbath to you, and you shall humble your souls from the 9th day of the month. From the 9th day of the month, from evening to evening, ye shall keep your Sabbaths. Okay, so the point he's drawing in is that the entirety of the 23rd chapter of Leviticus is all about the Moedim. And in the Moedim are descriptions of Sabbaths that you keep during those Moedim. So he thinks when you are saying Sabbaths, it's pulling in the entirety of the description of the Sabbaths you're going to keep throughout the year, and that therefore, since it's talking about all the Sabbaths throughout the year, it's talking about keeping your Sabbaths, each one of them that we see, the first day of unleavened bread, Sabbath, the seventh day of unleavened bread Sabbath, all of them that he presents. The Sukkot Sabbaths, the Feast of Weeks, all of the Sabbaths that you are to keep. He's saying this is the instruction that you keep all of them throughout the year from evening to evening, and that's the clincher. And I've heard it. It comes from, you got Josh from Founded Earth Brothers saying, yeah, that's an important distinction. You got George Newber from GeoTruth saying that, and I'm sure many are going along with this. But let me visit the entirety of the passage and give not only a different solution to the plural Sabbaths, but almost certainly a better solution to the plural of the Sabbaths. Give me a second to get the passage pulled up. Okay, so this is the Septuagint. This is the Brenton's Septuagint translation. This is what you're going to find out on Bible Hub. I know Josh works from it, and that might be where Sean is working from it too. But let's just read this in the Septuagint, because this is the Day of Atonement. This is chapter 23 of Leviticus, starting with verse 26. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, also on the 10th day of the 7th month is a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation to you, and you shall humble your souls and offer a whole burnt offering to the Lord. You shall do no work on this self-same day, for this is the day of atonement to you, to make atonement for you before the Lord your God. Every soul that shall not be humbled on that day shall be cut off from among its people, and every soul which shall do work on that day, that soul shall be destroyed from among its people. You shall do no manner of work. It is a perpetual statute throughout your generation in all your habitations. Very important, because he just described entirely everything so far about the Day of Atonement is all about day 10, where you're to humble your souls and offer a burnt offering and do no work. On day 10, no mention of day 9 yet, and no mention of any other Sabbaths. It goes on to say, you shall do no manner of work. It is a perpetual statute throughout your generation in all your habitations. And so let's keep reading for a moment, and I'm going to come back. But notice that perpetual statute throughout your generations, and in habitations. Let's keep reading. And it shall be a holy Sabbath to you, and you shall humble your souls from the 9th day of the month. From evening to evening ye shall keep your Sabbaths. And this is what they're saying is referencing all the previous Sabbaths of the feast of, well, they haven't even gotten to all of the Sabbaths, because we've got some Sabbaths of the Feast of Tabernacles, the Sabbath of the Feast of Trumpets, the Sabbath of the Feast of Weeks, the Sabbath of the Feast of First Fruits, and the Sabbath of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And so he thinks that this is referencing all the Sabbaths described for the Moedim throughout here. But what would be another solution for this Sabbath are the Sabbaths of the Day of Atonement, because you are right after he describes the Day of Atonement, he says it's to be a perpetual statute through all your generation and all your habitations. That means that you're going to keep the Sabbath for the Day of Atonement as he prescribed here from the evening of the 9th day, which I'm going to come back and visit, because we need to leave the evening in the 9th day and not move it to the 10th day. We need to leave it in the 9th day. But you're going to celebrate a Sabbath from the evening of the 9th day, from evening to evening, and be in a Sabbath throughout the 10th day. And this is how you will celebrate your Day of Atonement Sabbaths, not just this year, but next year, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year, throughout your generations, because it's a perpetual statute. So the context of this plural Sabbaths is not in relationship to the rest of the Moedim throughout the year. It's to the next year and the perpetual statute and the generations to follow, and how they will keep the Day of Atonement Sabbaths. So at the very least, that is an alternative explanation for why the Septuagint would say Sabbaths, making the solution that Sean and those who embrace this not be the only solution. So it can't be conclusive when there are other options, not without other things to go along with it. And I'm also going to say that the real context of this plural Sabbaths is not all of the Feast of the Moedim throughout the year, but the perpetual Sabbaths each year, from year to year, that you're keeping the relationship to the Day of Atonement. Okay, I think it's while this slide is up, or short, maybe he takes the slide down and he begins to talk about, but then he introduces, he goes on to say something else. He says that some want to make the argument that the Day of Atonement, from the 9th, from evening to evening, it's just that one day out of the year that you observe your daytime, your calendar day, from evening to evening, in observance of this particular Day of Atonement. And he goes on to say that we run into a huge counting issue with the actual calendar itself. You would have a 12-hour discrepancy, and you would have another 12-hour discrepancy at the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So he says the problem we're having with the Day of Atonement, we're going to have with the Day of Unleavened Bread too. He goes on to say, if you keep your days from the moment the sun came up, which is sunrise, if that's when you start counting your new calendar day, then you're going to be completely off with trying to keep the instructions of the feast days, Feast of Unleavened Bread, and also the Day of Atonement. By these statements, Sean he's revealing something, a complete misunderstanding of how you would do this on a sunrise start of the day reckoning. He is baking into his understanding, by all appearances, and dependent upon this understanding, and others are too, you can hear it, that every time you hear a moed, you are to immediately think calendar day. And that's just none of them say it. It is a presupposition. I think it likely that this idea we got in the church in Judaism that, that presupposes that you've got to start and transition your day at the sunset of each day, pushes you to think this way. So that every time you hear evening, you think start of the day. Every time you hear moed, you think start of the day. And that's just not what is happening. So this is the opportunity I'm going to take to demonstrate what I think he's saying, how he thinks the Day of Atonement ought to be kept, how he thinks those who start with the sunrise must then work from their understanding, which really is an misunderstanding. Either Sean is misunderstanding the people he's talking to, or the people he's talking to are misunderstanding how to pull all this together. And then I'm going to show you my illustration, which I believe is the correct and harmonizes all of it. Okay, so here is my illustration of an evening or sunset start of representation of the Day of Atonement. Let me see if I can explain. First of all, I've included 4 days, day 8, 9, 10, and 11. The reason that I did is because I think that the evening start of the day brings into question the days bordering days 9 and 10, and so I'm representing them here too. So we have 4 days. The first day is day 8, represented in the linear fashion again, or the vertical fashion. And then we have day 9, then we have day 10, then we have day 11. Now I show you day 8 here in this illustration because during the daylight sunup period of this day is day 8, but as soon as we transition, as soon as the sun sets, we have now entered day 9. And so this is, and this is also the evening, this is the sunset, this is the first thing that happens on day 9, evening. So if you're going to say at evening, Be'arab, at evening, this is where you're at. This is where it places you, right at the first part of day 9. Day 9 continues into the night. Day 9, I should have had a 9 here, continues into the morning, and then it continues when the sun comes up throughout the sunlight period of time, and it comes through all the way to this period of time. And then when the sun sets at the end of that 9th day, then we've transitioned to day 10. When those who are advocating for this read day 9 at evening, from evening to evening you keep your Sabbath, they are suggesting, I've heard so many explanations and you just can't get it done. They are suggesting that this evening representation, day 9 at evening, is placing you down here towards the end of this last part of day 9, the daylight period of time. That this is the representation, because the moment you get at evening following day 9, you've entered day 10. There is no evening of day 9 on this side of day 10. There is no more evening on this side. The only evening on the previous side of day 10 happened first, clear over here. But they have to, this is, when Sean, he's going to tell us that, those who are advocating for a sunrise start of the day are not being intellectually honest. I'm going to say that those who are advocating for the evening or sunset start representation are not being honest with the handling of this passage, because everything about the Leviticus instructions for day 10 and how you're to keep day 10, everything about it is all of the afflicting your soul, the burnt offerings, and the Sabbath is all about day 10, all day long on day 10. And then the very last verse says, on day 9 at evening, from evening to evening, you keep their Sabbath. And those who are advocating for this say, okay, well, this tells you, see, you keep a Sabbath from evening to evening. But if that's the case, and if you're going to stay on day 9, you got to go back to here to begin it. You got to go back to when day 9 begins. Because if you're talking about at the end of this 9th day, and that begins the evening Sabbath, this would not be the day 9 evening, it would be the day 10 evening. And if we're going to keep day 10, Day of Atonement, from evening to evening, we have to start it first in this analysis at the end of day 9, and then we run it through. You would run it through the evening, the night, the morning, and throughout the day until the next evening then moves us to day 11, and we transition to day 11. So, if you're going to be fair to the passage that introduces, the last thing that it introduces, the only time and at the very end of it, it says on day, after spending all its time telling us that day 10, you're to afflict your soul, keep your Sabbath, and offer burnt offerings, and also got to have a holy convocation, you assemble. After it's telling us about this, then the very last sentence says, on day 9 at evening, and from evening to evening, you are to keep your Sabbath or Sabbaths. Either way. But you have to, if it's going to say day 9, you have to keep it on the evening of day 9. This evening must exist in day 9. And if we get to this transition at the end of day 9, you're now on day 10. That's not, think about it. That's just not intellectually honest. If you're going to say day 9, if you're starting your day, each day with the sunset and the evening, and that's your transitionary time, then your day 9 at evening occurred way back here. And this represents it. Day 9 at evening is your first. And if you're going to keep it from evening to evening, then you would keep it from the very first part of day 9 through the evening, through the night, through the morning, throughout the daylight period until the evening came around again. And what did you just do? You just celebrated the Day of Atonement, Sabbath, on day 9. And none of it gets to day 10. I hope you can see that. And then I don't really need day 11 in this, and I didn't, but you can see that this would again be the transition. So let me go and illustrate now what Sean says is a problem if you're keeping the a sunrise start of the day. And let me see if I can break down this illustration, because in this illustration I have again included all 4 days, but you can see this is day 8. But at evening I didn't change the date. It remains day 8, because this is, if you're going to accept my position and a sunrise start of the day, that's what happens. When evening comes, you're still on the same day. And when night comes, you're still on the same day. When the morning comes, you're still on the same day. It doesn't change again until the sun rises. So in this illustration, you have day 8 all by itself. There's nothing about Day of Atonement on day 8 here. I've got it still included just for reference, but on this previous illustration, we had to introduce day 8 so that we could show day 9 beginning at evening here. I don't need it here, but I still illustrated it. Our day 9 starts here with the sunrise. Now, the passage in question is day 9 at evening, from evening to evening, you keep your Sabbath. So this is where Sean says either he's confused or the people he's talking to are confused, that because they're saying day 9 at evening and you've got to keep this moed from the beginning of a calendar day, because we do know that the 10th day is the moed of the Day of Atonement, but they've introduced day 9. So to keep it on a day 10 moed, and because this verse 32 says you've got to start it at evening and from evening to evening, they are all saying that you've got to transition a calendar day for this one day out of the year add evening on day 9 to meet the demands of this passage, and you have to transition that to day 10, which then gives us the Day of Atonement. Now that they do this, they treat this evening as day 10 to accommodate the evening to evening Sabbath of this language and day 10 for atonement. So they're trying to conflate day 10 and day 9 together, and in Sean's understanding, or the people he's talking to understanding, that for this one day we are changing our calendar day. That's just not true. This is a misrepresentation. But if this is what you're accepting, yeah, you can find, I don't think Sean actually defines or illustrates his 12-hour discrepancy, but he says there's one there. And I suppose that's true, because if you're going to start day 10 because you're trying to accommodate this language, then you've cut off 12 hours of day 9. 12, all you have are the daytime hours of day 9. You have no nighttime hours, evening or morning hours of day 9. You've cut off 12 hours. And if you're going to return to, in the 10th day, a sunrise start of the day and keep Day of Atonement all day long, then you are once again back to, the 24 hours, 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night, but then you've added 12 hours to day 10 here. So the 12 hour in this understanding, which is errant, clearly errant, you've cut off 12 hours of day 9 and added 12 hours of day 10. So you have 12 hours of discrepancy on both day 9 and day 10. I'm going to take a second to interject here again in the midst of this during the editing process, because here's another alternative that maybe Sean is also saying, because maybe he's saying that those of us who have embraced a sunrise starter, they don't even return to a day 10, so you'd eliminate this altogether, and you would just simply have 12 hours of the Day of Atonement here. So in that illustration, you would have 12 hours of day 9 to accommodate the sunrise start of the day, and then you have 12 hours of day 10 to accommodate this transition you think must exist at this evening, and then from evening to evening you are to keep your Sabbath. So we have only 12 hours of the Day of Atonement. But even if that's his position, and then we would lose, not only do we lose 12 hours of day 9, but we also lose 12 hours of day 10. But I think it's probably more realistic if you're going to claim that there's a 12-hour discrepancy. You are removing it from day 9 and adding hours of day 10. Otherwise, you would have day 10 being only 12 hours and not being a full day, and you can't get to the next evening. So anyway, just another thought that may be what Sean is trying to convey in this analysis. And it's no wonder, if this is your understanding, if this is, then there's no wonder you're confused in this. The same thing would hold true, and I'll see if the video and if his video leads us back to this. But he says the same thing happens on the day of Passover, and the reason that it's happening on the day of Passover is because, once again, because they show the moed of the feast of Passover. Let me just go there quickly. Now, I have it all marked up, and I didn't unmark it. But let me see if I can illustrate through it, because here is, all right, hang on. Okay, so here it is cleaned up, and I'm going to try to illustrate what he's just said on my illustration of the Feast of Passover, because he says what just happened on Day of Atonement is what happens on the Feast of Passover. But again, the only reason that they're saying that is they are once again presuming that the elements of the moed, the observance of the Passover, must align and correlate with the start of the day. And if the moed of the Feast of Passover, the activities of it, begin in the third part of the day or between the evenings or even at evening. And just interjecting another thought again, if the scriptures are correct and Ben Hey Arbaim is when you start the elements of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, that would actually precede the evening time, which means at the start of the moed, even if you're trying to keep an evening start of the day, then the elements of Passover would begin before the evening. So you would not even be reaching at evening in that scenario. Then this to them means this is when it's telling you to start the day, and it hasn't said that at all. this is when you start the moed. And it is not for a full 24-hour part of the day. It's for this, from here to here of this day are we observing the Passover all on the 14th. It keeps us all on there, and I don't have to change the days. I have no 12-hour discrepancy. If he is once again saying that I have to change my calendar reckoning so that I can accommodate this third part of the day and the slaying of the lamb as my first part, my transition, my reckoning of the start of the day, I've transitioned into another day. If he's saying that that's what this means, then he's saying I'm cutting off 12 hours of day 14 and adding 12 hours to the 15th, I believe, again. It's just incorrect analysis and incorrect understanding. So returning to the Day of Atonement, let me go and show you how this all is resolved. All. And it follows explicitly the commands, the instructions of Leviticus 23. So we have, I've got day 8 illustrated here again. I didn't cut off any days. I left them in there, but there's no reason for me to really talk about it because when the sun comes up on day 8, it is day 8, all the way through the daylight period, all the way through the evening, all the way through the night, and all the way through the morning. When day 9 comes along, it starts with the sunrise, and it goes through the sunlight period of the 12 hours of the day, and when evening comes, it remains day 9. It remains day 9, and it remains day 9 through the night and through the morning. When the sun comes up again, then we begin day 10, and it remains day 10 throughout the 12 hours of day and the 12 hours of night. It stays. And then day 11, I don't need again, but it's the same thing. All I really need, because I don't need to conflate days, all I really needed was day 9 and 10, and days 8 and 11 are extraneous, but here we are. So Leviticus 23 in the Day of Atonement opens up with the instructions. Here I am again in the Septuagint. So it's the 10th day. We're told on the 10th day of the 7th month, it's a holy convocation, so there's the assembly. We are to assemble, and we shall humble our souls. And then we are to offer a whole burnt offering, and we shall do no work on the self same day, for this is the Day of Atonement. So every bit of that instruction is found right here on day 10. It is the Day of Atonement. We are to have a holy assembly, a Kodesh Kahal, a Kodesh gathering, a holy convocation, an assembly. And we are to afflict our soul, and we are to have a fire offering, a burnt offering, an offering made by fire. These are the 4 components it just gave us in the first part of Leviticus 23. And it goes on to say multiple times, we shall do no work on the selfsame day, for it's a day of atonement to you. Every soul that shall not be humbled shall be cut off. Every soul that works, another reference to the Sabbath on day 10 so far, that soul shall be destroyed. Another reference to no work, Sabbath, you shall do no manner of work, and it is a perpetual statute throughout your generation, in all your habitations, which is why we're saying Sabbaths. And then it introduces verse 32. So far, everything belongs on day 10, and we would have no difficulty with this. But then verse 32 comes along, and it introduces a wrinkle that we all need to figure out. And what does the passage literally say? It says, it shall be a holy Sabbath to you. So we know we are to do no work, no manner of work. It's a holy Sabbath. But then, and we are to humble our souls. So also, in this verse 32, it says it's to be a holy Sabbath to you, and you're to humble your souls. And then it introduces from the 9th day of the month. From the 9th day. Where does that come from? Out of the blue. No instructions before. This one line is the instruction, but it clearly says on the 9th day, so we need to remain on the 9th day. Something is now impacting us on the 19th. And it says that at evening, this is Be'ereb, from evening, at Be'ereb, from evening to evening, you shall keep your Sabbath. So the Sabbaths associated with this Day of Atonement that we're going to keep throughout our generations needs to begin on day 9 and then run from evening to evening. Let me go show that on what I think is the correct illustration. So if it says on day 9 at evening, we need to keep it on evening. So the evening that we're referencing has to exist on day 9. Going back up to this illustration, that evening, what they are saying, that evening comes first. And if you're going to keep from evening to evening on day 9, then to keep that command, you're going to be running your Sabbath throughout day 9 and have nothing left for day 10. But if we hear the command, know that it just introduced to us a new concept, day 9. And whatever we're being told to do, it needs to happen on day 9. So day 9 at evening. So when the sun goes down after our work period on day 9, where we probably worked all day, when the sun sets, we are to begin to afflict our soul, and we are to keep a Sabbath. So it has moved our Sabbath that we just had all these instructions for all of the day 10. We just had all those instructions just preceding this verse all throughout day 10, and now it's just moved it also to day 9. So on day 9, at evening of day 9, you are to keep your Sabbath, or keep your Sabbath. So we introduce the Sabbath day keeping in day 9. Now, I don't really know where else in Scripture we would get more discussion of what to bring, how day 9 comes in, but we get it from Leviticus 23:32. It's introduced it, and I think we need to work it in. I think then the far better explanation for accommodating it is you keep day 10 just like it said. The entirety of day 10 is all 4 of those things. Holy convocation, afflict your souls, offer a burnt offering, and do no work, keep a Sabbath, all day on the 10th. But because of verse 32, I think you need to start keeping your Sabbath when the sun goes down on day 9 as well, and you begin afflicting your soul. So it really turns the observance of the Day of Atonement, which is commemorated on day 10. The Day of Atonement is day 10, but you begin giving it respect, and you begin observing a Sabbath the day before. Halfway through the day before, you begin keeping a Sabbath, and you begin afflicting your soul. You don't have a holy convocation on the 9th, and you don't offer an offering by fire on day 9, but you are afflicting your soul and doing no work starting in the evening on the day 9. That's all it's saying. And I'm not accommodating. I'm not moving my calendar day. I'm saying that my calendar days remain fixed all day long, but I know I need to stay on day 9 when it starts talking about evening, and I need to do something on day 9, and it tells me I need to afflict my soul and keep my Sabbath from evening to evening. So are we to keep our Sabbath from evening to this evening over here, which means you would keep your Sabbath in a vertical fashion all the way down through night, through morning, through the day, and to the evening, and then end your Sabbath? Verse 32 suggests that, but all the previous verses suggest that you keep it all the way through the end of day 10. So I would suggest to you, if you want to be conservative and safe and want to honor this Day of Atonement, you keep a Sabbath. You afflict your soul and keep Sabbath, do no work, starting in the evening of the 9th and then through the 10th for a day and a half period of time, no work, afflict your soul. And then the day 10 is when you have your holy convocation, your assembly, and you offer your, you offer your burnt offering by fire, an offering by fire. And that is the correct handling of the Day of Atonement. The closest thing we have, the closest explanation that incorporates all of the discussion of what we needed to do on day 10 and adds the discussion of what verse 32 just added to us on day 9 and what we need to do on day 9. It incorporates it and doesn't have any 12-hour overlaps, not in a calendar day overlap. Okay, let's return to Sean's presentation, and he pulls out a slide 10, having finished what he just shared with us on, the Sabbaths, about the Sabbaths. We're moving to his next slide, and what does he say about this slide 10? Let's look at what he's illustrated here. At day 1, that he says we're slaying the Passover lamb, and then we have day 2 through 8, which he describes as a 7-day feast. Okay. Then he's got, we're eating on day 2, eating the lamb at start of day during nighttime. So it is interesting. Here he's saying start of day, which is his evening, and during nighttime. And you're keeping that Sabbath on day 2, which is the 15th day. Then not a Sabbath on days 2 through 7. And then we have a Sabbath on the 21st. Let's go see what he says about this screen before I start breaking it down a little bit. He says we we read the scriptures where it said from the 14th to the 21st, but calls it a 7-day feast. But that's 8 days when you count them. Okay, he has just conflated two Moedim, and he's, when he says this, he's conflating two Moedim. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is a 7-day Moedim, where we are to eat unleavened bread. The Feast of Passover is a 1-day Moedim, where we are to eat unleavened bread in that evening. And so that's what he's saying. When you count from the 14th to the 21st, it calls it a 7-day, he calls it a 7-day feast. Well, it's not calling it a 7-day feast. Just to clarify what he's saying, nowhere in the passage where it says 14th to the 21st are we calling it a feast or a moed. All it's saying in that passage, let me see if I can find it real quick and just show it to you again. Here it is. Here's a screenshot where he's saying, nothing about this does it say there's a feast. And nothing about this does it say it's a Moedim. It just says, in the first of the month, on the 14th day of the month, you shall eat at evening, you shall eat, and that's Be'ereb, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month. All this is saying nothing about a feast and nothing about the Moedim. It is all about how many days and what days you will be eating unleavened bread. And you will be eating unleavened bread on the 14th, which is Passover. And you will be eating unleavened bread from the 15th to the 21st on the Feast of Unleavened Bread for a total of 8 days. It all harmonizes, but he's having a problem with it because he says that's 8 days and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is 7. So he's conflating it and he's tripping up over the idea that the Feast of Unleavened Bread is a 7-day, and the references to it that give us 7-day, he's saying has to then incorporate Passover, and it's just wrong. It starts from the wrong premise, and he's trying to accommodate it with what he's saying here, but there are problems in this as we have demonstrated on our timeline. Let's see what else he's saying here. What's going on, he says. That's why it's explained to us in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Jubilees that the 14th day is when now you've held that lamb since the 10th. Now it's the 14th, and at evening time you slay it. That might be a faux pas, but he says at evening time. No, all of the passages that he gave us would be between the evenings, before evening, before evening, not at evening. Because as soon as you say at evening, you would be taking that first. He's identified evening as the transitionary moment. So if you say at evening, he's moved you into day 15 in his recollection and his reckoning. He moves all of it into day 15. So we really almost can't mean that when he says at evening. I think he would have probably meant to say before evening time you slay it. And when it's actually dark, you begin to eat it because that is the start of the 15th day. A couple comments on that. First of all, when the sun goes down, it's not dark. It's darkening because the sun has disappeared, but there's sunlight and will be sunlight in the sky for another hour and 20 minutes. So it's not dark, and that might be a faux pas and may not even be material, but he's got it broken into two. And I guess if you're just going to break the day into 2 days, 2 parts, the 12 hours of day and the 12 hours of night, then you wouldn't, when he says when it's actually dark, maybe he's just saying when it's actually night within the 12 hours of night. Maybe. But he goes on to say because you begin to eat it because that is the start of the 15th day, and that's where he errs. It's not because it's the start of the 15th day. It's because that's the command, that's the instruction for the Moedim. It just isn't the 15th day. It continues as the 14th day. And so you are eating it from evening to the third part of the night, but you didn't transition into day 15. You stay on 14. And this idea where he's saying because that is the start of the 15th day, that's him doing the inferring that he has done based upon his fallacy, his wrong thoughts, the fallacy of what he's embraced from Judaism and the church, that you just have to start with a sunset, transition of a day. That's him inferring, but he's not proven it. He just keeps restating it as though it's a foregone conclusion almost, and it's not. It's never been proven. He hasn't proven it. Nobody's proven it. He's just referencing it as though it was proven. Okay, then he goes on to say, day 2 of these 8 total days, from the 14th to the 21st, is the first day of the 7-day feast. Okay, so that's what he's going to try and justify here. So he's basically saying day 2 of this total of 8 days is the first of the 7-day feast. So he's got us starting, as we should, because if not in his illustration, but if it's truly was the 15th, it would start the 7-day feast. But he's got this overlapping because of what he's presupposed, which is a transition starting at evening, a transition of the calendar day. As you can see, he says that's when you would eat the lamb at the start of the day during the nighttime. So here's your start of the day. He's calling this nighttime period the start of the day. I mean, it would be hard. Most of us just struggle with that. It's not intuitive, but he says that's what's happening because that's when the transition of the calendar day happened. And so you are starting your eating it on the very first part of the 15th day. What he's failing here is, the command really was to start eating on the evening of the 14th. So we really needed to start eating at least unleavened bread. If not the lamb, he needed to be eating unleavened bread back here at the beginning of day 14. And shouldn't that be the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, if that's when you start eating unleavened bread? Here's a faux pas in his illustration here, a fatal flaw. Because at evening on day 14, on the 14th day, at evening is the beginning of the 14th day. So he would have eaten unleavened bread all this day. And when he got to the 15th day, it would be the second day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread and eating unleavened bread. It would be that. But it wouldn't be, and that would be when you would eat the lamb. But now you've already got 1 day expended of the 7 days he's allotting for the eating of unleavened bread in this analysis. And he goes on to say, as you can see, that's when you would eat the lamb at the start of the day during the night when there's no more light out. Just like Jubilees 49:10 through 12 told us, it's also considered a Sabbath day. Okay, yeah, because he's moved us into the 15th, it would have to be a Sabbath day. So he's got us eating the Passover on the Sabbath day and the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It goes on to say the 16th through the 20th are not Sabbaths, and that's what he shows here. So we have and then he says, then the 21st day is another Sabbath, and that is the last day of the 7th day feast. So he has included the 21st day in the reckoning of the 7-day feast, as you should. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread is over that point because it's the end of the 21st. So again, what's the faux pas here? The end of the 21st is when it ends. Let me take a second to go get his illustration back up. So here's my timeline where he's basically saying, see, so here's his and here's my timeline. He's basically acknowledging what I shared with you earlier, that when we hit this day 21, I'll get my pencil. When you hit the day 21 at evening, which would end the unleavened bread, but the Day of Atonement's not over. He keeps on going because he says it ends at the end of day 21, which is right here. So he's got us on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which I think you should, on day 21, but he's got a problem because we're no longer eating unleavened bread during day 21 if we end, because that is the instruction from Exodus 12, that you are at Be'aref, at evening on the 14th, you are to eat unleavened bread to the 21st at evening, and that's the very first part of the 21st day. So there's his faux pas here. He's got us keeping the 21st day as the 7th day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it's our Sabbath, but we've stopped eating unleavened bread here. So in his analysis, if we just take the at evening on day 14, we're going to eat unleavened bread for the 14th, we're going to eat unleavened bread for the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th, and the 20th, but not the 21st. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has successfully retained what his objective was, which was keeping eating unleavened bread limited to 7 days. But to do so, he's moved it to the first part of day 14, when we are not eating the Passover. He's got us eating the Passover here on day 15, but we're eating unleavened bread from the first part of this day. And then when we get to the 21st day in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, then the command to eat unleavened bread ends at the beginning of the 21st day while the Sabbath keeps on going through the 21st day. So he successfully got us to 7 days, but it's a failure because he's got us eating unleavened bread on the wrong days. It doesn't align. It doesn't match up. And it doesn't have to. It just, if you will let go what you're holding on to, you can make all this work appropriately, and just quit trying to fit eating unleavened bread into 7 days when it's clear that we're to eat unleavened bread across 8 days, one of which includes the Feast of Passover. Okay, returning to his presentation in slide 11, which he's brought up again, Exodus 12, verses 18 through 19. I wish I had known that. I guess I should have, but could have used this a moment ago. But here we're repeating it. In the first month, on the 14th of the day, 14th day of the month, at evening, which is what's got us at the very first part of the 14th day, according to his reckoning, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. Then he asks us why would it say this? So he reads, and when he gets until the 21st day of the month at evening, he asks, why would it say this? And then at the evening time of the 14th, this is where people get tripped up and assert this means that begins with the sunrise. Now, I'm not really sure why he's even saying that. I can't imagine why he thinks people are getting tripped up where it says at evening on the 14th day, and that's tripping people up who are embracing the sunrise start of the day. I just don't know what he's trying to say there. I think in review now, it seems pretty evident that he is thinking that people are getting tripped up because he thinks it's evidential that at evening would simply also be meaning it. Just that very suggestion is also correlating it with the start of the day. Well, I think that would be a certain grouping of people who are doing that are getting tripped up with this at evening. For those of us who are keeping the sunrise as the start of the day, when you reach evening, we are not tripped up. We're just acknowledging that as the evening of the same day. So it's not tripping us up. I think it's tripping up everybody who thinks that at evening must then also correlate with the start and transition to a new calendar day, which is not in this passage. It's introduced by the fallacy and the presupposition, the predisposition that every time you see evening like this and a command like this, that you must be starting a new calendar day. And he's saying these are the people who are trying to assert that day begins with the sunrise. Then he refers back and asks us to consider what we've reviewed already, the breakdown of the evening transition to the next day. Not much to consider. It's just simply when the sun sets, you are transitioning to the next day. That's all. It's not rocket science, I don't think. That's why they would even use this verbiage to intimately tie Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. That is maybe. That's a maybe when he makes this assertion where they're intimately tied, because I do think that things are intimately tied. One is followed by the other. But how he parses it and what this means to him is different than what I think the scripture is actually trying to say to us. Because he goes on to say, the actual food you were going to eat at the start of the 15th, end of the evening time, which is the start of the 15th, was the Passover itself. So he's affirming that he thinks that this Passover this meal that we're going to eat on the 15th was the Passover itself. This is the argument that he's making, but it isn't different. What he's doing here now isn't different from what we've already been talking about, which is something you deal with at the end of the day on the 14th, right before it transitions to the 15th. During this period, we call the evening time. So in this moment and in this discussion, he's entering an evening time, which I think would be the twilight period, and that's fine. And he's acknowledging here that you deal with the Passover. I'm assuming that means you kill it on the 14th day, just before you transition to the 15th day, which I think is true according to Jubilees. But he says that explains Exodus 12, 18 through 19, that tells us that in the evening of the 14th we eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month. That's why it's still 7 days, because if you know what the evening time means. No, that's him working it out according to this, and but you still have all kinds of problems with his illustration there. I think it's more simply answered because when we have, this isn't actually saying you're eating unleavened bread here. This is the 7 days where there shall be no leaven found in your houses. And so I think he, once again, is conflating in this idea that you got to have seven days of eating unleavened bread only, when in truth there are 8 days of eating unleavened bread. 7 of those days are the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and for 7 of those days, which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, there shall be no leaven found in your house. So for 7 days there's no leaven found in your house. Does that mean on day 14, in the first part of the day, you could have leaven, and that might be the preparatory time when you are removing the leaven? Maybe, because for the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it seems pretty clear you're to have no leaven in your household. And whoever eats what is leavened, that person shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is an alien or native of the land. So this passage isn't so clear that it pushes you in one way or the other, because you can make place for either understanding here. Clearly there are 8 days of eating unleavened bread, but he says there's only 7 days when no leaven can be found in your houses. So he's got his explanation, but my explanation is that the 7 days where no leaven can be found in your houses, this is during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and you will eat unleavened bread for the 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then you will add to that the Feast of Passover that you ate the night before the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because you eat unleavened bread at that time as well. Let's see what else he says here with this for this slide that he's got up. Okay, so that's why it's still 7 days, because if you know what the evening time means. I don't think he's made a case there. If you know what the evening time means, you can resolve it, unless you're saying that if you know that evening transitions and you use his methodology here, you've solved it. Well, this doesn't solve the problem he's identifying for the reasons I gave you earlier. You really have eating unleavened bread potentially on the 21st day, because this is your 7th day here, if you started at evening on day 14, which is the beginning of day 14. Redundant, I'm sorry. But he goes on to say, much of deduction and inspection into this word, and how to count days and calendar days themselves, are dependent upon understanding the word evening itself, which and that is the transitionary period between 2 calendar days. It happens at the evening time when the sun crests and goes down as it transitions into the nighttime, and there's total darkness, and that's the beginning of a new calendar day. Now, he just introduced an awful lot there, but really I think you need to stop with where he says, and it happens at the evening time when the sun crests and goes down. That's one moment. If you add to it the rest of it that he included here, as it transitions into nighttime and there's total darkness, because there's a whole transitionary period. You can't have the whole period of time being the transition of the day. It has to be a moment in time, and it needs to be when the sun crests. He says crests, but I say when the sun goes down and sets below the horizon in the west. And this is where you would have 7 days. They would still be eating, and they would stop eating at evening time on the 21st. Remember what you're saying here, Sean. At evening time on the 21st, when they would stop eating, is the very first of the 21st. Your evening, you just said that the start of the day, when you understand the evening and the definition of evening and how that transitions a day, the transitioning into day 21 at evening would be the very first thing that happens on day 21. And so you're not eating on the 21st. You're not eating unleavened bread on the 21st because it's already over. You have the evening first, and you go through the night and the morning and the day, and on the 21st, and the evening already occurred way back at the beginning. And then he says, but why? Because it's almost the 22nd? Okay, so I'm just going to go back to my illustration again here of, this is Sean's explanation of Passover. What he just said, what he's just saying is, you would stop eating at evening time on the 21st. So here it is, right here, the beginning. This transition at the end of day 20, evening time begins day 21, and he says you would stop eating at evening time on the 21st. The transition of the day onto the 21st. But then he goes on to say, why? Because it's almost the 22nd. Well, not at evening time, it's not almost the 22nd. It's almost the 22nd after you go through the fullness of the day and you are reaching the end of this day and approaching the transition once again. But if you've already stopped eating at evening, you've got this whole day where you are just simply... You're not, the requirement to eat unleavened bread is over. So it has nothing to do with the approaching the 22nd. And he says, why? Because you're almost the 22nd and you don't eat for 8 days. You're only eating it 7 days as instructed for the festival. Okay, so agreed, there are instructions for the festival, but Sean's illustration is not how you're keeping them appropriately. Let's move on to his next slide and get my pencil. Okay. So then he introduces slide 12 where he talks about one 24-hour day. 12 hours of night, 12 hours of day. Okay, I get it. You can break it down as such. And then he starts pointing out, this is where Jubilees 49, 10 through 12 tries to tell us. Points with an arrow, points out with arrow, evening transitionary time. Okay, so this is interesting. And I need to clarify because he's maybe this is straight in his mind, and but we need to parse this out and be clear what we're saying, because the evening transitionary time between 2 calendar days is not the entirety of this part. It would be the moment the sun sets around the 6 p.m. in his illustration here, which I'm okay as long as he is limiting it to this moment in time when the sun sets here. And then we would have a little portion of this to like 7:20 would be the twilight period, and then we would enter the night here. But he says evening transitionary time between, where he says Jubilees 49, 10 through 12 is trying to tell us that the evening transitionary time is between the 2 calendar days. It starts, I don't want to do injustice to him, so let me restate that. He says this is what Jubilees 49, 10 through 12 is trying to tell us. Then he points out the transitionary time. And that starts at approximately 6 o'clock at night and goes till 10 o'clock at night. Keep in mind the geography and season or time of the year, which is, yeah, okay, good. Jerusalem and nearing and around the equinox. At that point in time, the daylight hours would be a little more than 12 hours. Not lots more, but a little more than 12 hours. And the nighttime hours would be a little less. But he says there's plenty of time for them to actually slay the lamb, prepare it, and cook it. But if you are waiting to this transitionary time that starts at 6 o'clock, you're now in day 15 already. You're in day 15 and you're doing the you're slaying the lamb along with eating what's left for Passover if you do that. I think might be a faux pas. I hope he understands, what he's saying here. You can't include the slaying of the lamb in this period of time. The slaying of the lamb would have had to happen before 6 o'clock in this illustration. And then they eat it once it's completely dark, but that's not necessarily true because they can begin eating when it is in the twilight period of time. And that's the first part of 3 parts of the 12-hour night. Okay, third part night comes, after third part night comes day, 12 hours divided into 3 parts. Okay, well, I've illustrated that in mine. I'm not going to bother to try to, reparse what he's saying because I don't really think there's a lot of value in this particular slide. But he does, when he's in this screen, he begins to bring into us Matthew 27, where he says the 9th hour Jesus dies, 3 in the afternoon, which puts it on part 3 of the day and what he's saying, which would be true. It'd be true. It'd be in that period, part 3 of the day. But it'd be part 3 of the day whether you have a sunrise start of the day or a sunset start of the day. I always find it interesting that if you have a sunset start of the day, by the time you're reaching 9 a.m., which is the 3rd hour when he goes on the cross, it's only the third hour, but if you were counting from the evening, it would be the, what would it be? It'd be the 15th hour. Only if you're counting from the sunrise would it be the third hour of the day. Nobody really talks about it, but that makes way more sense to me than what they're illustrating here now. He says 6 p.m. is the 12th hour, last part of the day or end of the day, from 5 to 6 basically, and it lines up perfectly with what Jubilees has broken down as 3 parts of the day and 3 parts of the night. I guess, but I don't know how it's material. And how it explains that the transitionary time between what is called evening, the definition of the word evening, is the transitionary time when the sun goes down and it becomes fully dark and you went from one calendar day to another. So I don't see how any of that, everything he just said while this slide was up, I don't know why he's saying it. Where are you getting it? You're not getting it from the passages and you haven't proven it. Here's when he says that is the transition, how it explains that the transitionary time between what is called evening, the definition of the word evening is the transitory time. That has to be sunset, a moment in time. When the sun goes down, which is what he says, and it becomes fully dark. No, not and it becomes fully dark, because when the sun goes down, we got an hour and 20 minutes of not fully dark. Darkening, but not fully dark, not until later in the night. And he says you went from one calendar day to another calendar day, but where does it explain that? What does saying that Yahushua died in the third part of the day, what does it have anything to do with that transition of time? I don't get it, because I can say he died in the third part of the day on the day that I show him dying, which actually precedes then the first, second, third parts of the night. It's not explaining anything. All right, then he moves on to Genesis, but he doesn't have any more slides. But he does move briefly into Genesis 1, where he doesn't really show slides, but he has a quick conversation. He says, and there's terminology, and there was evening, and there was morning, one day. Same for days 2 through 6, he says. And because the starting period of day 2 is the evening time, and then it goes through the daytime, right? The evening time, which begins the 12 hour of night, feeds into the 12 hours of day, and then you run into the evening time, which transitions into day 3. So this is the illustration I gave earlier in the video. I won't revisit it here now, but this is what he's referencing to. Here is the 12 hours of night that he says is first, that then goes through the day. See how he says it? There was evening and there was morning. So here's his evening and there was morning. The two halves of the 24-hour day, which are 12 hours each, is what he's saying. And it goes through the day time. So in day 2, then evening is first, and it goes then through the daytime, and then it feeds into the evening time, which begins the 12 hours of night, feeds into the 12 hours of day. Then you run into the evening, which transitions into day 3. So he's just describing this, but I showed earlier in the video, I would refer you back to there, where this is the fallacy. This is what they're all working from, and I just don't see, there's no merit to it in my opinion, but I'm not going to redo it here. You'll have to go back to the beginning. He goes on to say that many are impassioned about these topics, but it's sad. And I agree if we're improperly impassioned, but I think we are properly impassioned if our motivation is so that we are keeping Moedim as right as we can in a wrong world. So it is impassioned. I'm impassioned by it. I don't want to be angry and problematic in the midst of it, but I want to assert the positions that I see so clearly in front of me. Okay, then he goes on to Q&A. Now, I may have already mentioned this, but his Q&A lasts for a goodly portion of his video, and I don't really want to go through every bit of it because there's too much empty time in it. But one of the first things that comes up in the Q&A is a gentleman, somebody with a handle called Defender of Truth, is telling go in the chat over here, and I never did find Defender of Truth in there, but Sean must be seeing it. So he says you can't use Leviticus 23 to define a day. The Moedim are distinctly separate special times. So Sean goes on to say, well, see, that's what I explained. There was evening and there was morning, and it counts off the days. Then he goes on to explain that the sun, moon, and stars are for signs, seasons, days, and years. But the Hebrew word, when it gets into the signs, is the moed. So clearly, the sun, moon, and stars are our timepiece for the days, years, seasons, and for our moedim. And he says, yeah, well, his explanation just fully matches his affirmation of how Genesis works, and his explanation of everything he's done just simply matches up and answers one for the other. But what I think Defender Truth might have been trying to say to Sean is Leviticus 23 does not define the start of the day. None of the Moedim define the start of the day. The Moedim explain Leviticus 23 simply explains the Moedim. And the Moedim do not necessarily have to start. Passover is a good example. It does not start at the beginning of day 14. It starts between the evenings in the third part of the day as we are approaching evening. And then it runs throughout the night unto the morning. And that is how, that is the explanation. Those are the instructions for keeping Passover. So I think that's the point of Defender of Truth. It's not about, when a day starts. As the conversation goes, when you're talking with somebody who wants to say, oh, these passages are affirming an evening start of the day, they did no such thing. They might have affirmed an evening activity associated with the Moedim, but it has nothing to do with defining the start of the day. And I think that's the point Defender of Truth would be trying to say. All right, so he goes on to say, he asserts that if you're going to assert Leviticus 23 is a special occasion, the Moedim are on their own calendar, they're counting of hours and daytime. And what are you going to do with the extra time you miss? He's never seen anyone even try to address it. Well, you won't, if you pay any attention to this video, you can never say that again, Sean, because I just did address it. Either the people you're talking with are confused about their own position, or you are confused about their explanation of the position, because never do we start for one day, either the Day of Atonement or the day of Passover, change the reckoning of the day to accommodate it. We accommodate our understanding of the Moedim to work within the construct of the day. And that's it. And we don't lose hours. So I've addressed it. You can't say it anymore. I've just addressed it. I am willing to talk to anybody who wants to about these topics. So no one, it's just not true. And then it's just an error. It's error even representing it this way. So what do you do with the extra time you have in order to ignore? Like suddenly you're not counting your daytime anymore, and your feast days, you're counting them differently by the evening times, whereas people are suggesting the rest of the year we're counting our calendar days by the rising of the sun. So then what do you do with the 12 hours of discrepancy? Because that's not what Scripture explains to us. You're correct. Again, that was just more of what we just talked about. That is just all wrong understanding of all of it. It's just an entirely incorrect representation of things. Then he goes on to say that the light of heaven, before the sun and moon and stars are there for us, the light of heaven would have been illuminating days 1, 2, 3, and maybe portions of day 4. Maybe. Carla Malberg goes on to say, when Genesis says evening to morning, this is the first day, the way it's written, is it describing what was created than just saying evening and morning? Now this is one, and I know because I saw in the chat that somebody else had referred him off to tobesaved.com. And there's a video out there where Sean could watch it, and it does a good job of explaining this. But this is what Carla is also saying. The point that is brought up is, isn't it describing the activity of the day? And then it's just saying, then there was evening and then there was morning. So we have the activity of the day in the first 12 hours of the day. And then we have the evening and the morning that are all components of that 12 hours of night. And then the two together become one day. She's asking that question, but Sean doesn't answer that question, or doesn't seem to understand the question, doesn't seem to embrace the question. Maybe he rejects the premise. I really don't know, because he doesn't say. He doesn't address it. The reason why it uses this verbiage of evening to morning is because the beginning of calendar day is evening time. Wrong. And then that's the first 12-hour segment of nighttime. And then the 12-hour segment of a 24-hour calendar day would be the sunlight time, the daytime. And then you hit the evening time again, which changes the calendar day. So it's 12 plus 12 equals 24, because we see that in application and practice of actual feast days. And Jubilees even explains this, how the calendar days change. No, I know he's got his understanding and he's tried to make it work, but there are so many fatal flaws in it. If he would listen to what I'm offering, it really does these things. The things that he says his is doing, mine actually does. My explanation, which is not my explanation, it's just an explanation in the context of a sunrise start of the day. The sunrise start of the day fixes all the things Sean says are broken, and his idea of what fixes what isn't obvious is really full of error. All right. So then he goes on to say, he makes a point, colloquially, we say tomorrow, but really we're changing days at 12:01 a.m. Okay, so this is more of the discussion that, yeah, we go to bed and it's one day. We wake up, it's the next calendar day. And that happens to us at 12:01 a.m. But that, and so he is differentiating between how we speak, colloquial use of words, and how it's not necessarily tied to the changing of a calendar day, and I can agree with that, but he's taking that rationale to mean that it works to take your change of the calendar day all the way back to the day before you even went to bed, and saying it's still applicable to when you wake up that next day. You're on the same day, and you will be on that same day until the sunset again. It's explaining away what everybody is experiencing, and they do it because they have to, because they've stated their position, and then it has to be true, but it's not true. When you start with the sunrise start of the day, the calendar lines up just to the same way we experience life. All right, Jonah 4:17, an example but refers us back to when we have Jonah 4:17, an example. But Sean then refers us back to when we already have all these explanations in Scripture. I cry foul, you have offered your explanation of what you see in Scripture, but the Scripture didn't say what you're saying. There are other explanations for what the Scriptures are trying to convey than what you're conveying. So you haven't done anything. You have offered explanations, but you're suggesting that's what Scripture's trying to tell us, and I'm suggesting that's what you're trying to tell us that the Scriptures are telling us. Two different things. Reminds us to look at the context, explains us how these similar types of passages can be explained with his explanations. Fine. He keeps referring to context. I refer you back to context, Sean. I don't mean this to be challenging if this is coming off that way. I'm just engaging in the Q&A, I guess, retroactively. Because I'm also saying context. You got to stay in context, and just calling something context doesn't make it context. All right, then you refer to the problems keeping the Day of Atonement, Feast of Unleavened Bread, so-called, saying we have huge issues with the calendar. No, that assertion is not true. I don't. Discussion about the crucifixion on the 15th. I agree. I think that he was crucified on the 15th, on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And then he has references to using Enoch and Jubilee's calendar, which I do too. And in those calendars, we do not have overlaps of Sabbaths, and I agree. He discusses how Messiah, when Messiah is referenced as the Passover lamb, it's being done metaphorically. So he gives us Messiah as a metaphoric Passover lamb, and I agree with that, because Messiah is so much more than just he is the Passover lamb, but he's everything. He's everything that you will see in the feast days and all about it. So you can't limit him to being the Passover lamb, and so he's metaphoric. And Sean goes on to say there was a literal Passover lamb that Messiah ate. He ate his Passover lamb the night before he was crucified. So he was not the Passover lamb that he ate. He ate the Passover lamb. So when he died on the 15th, he is the metaphoric Passover lamb, but he wasn't slain on the same day that the Passover lamb was literally slain. He was slain on a different day. I don't know why, or, there might be other things in Scripture that I haven't found yet to explain that, but there's really only one reference to him as a Passover lamb, and that's Paul, and I think it's Corinthians. So, okay, then he reads where Kingdom Truther 4800 gives up, says, Sean goes on to say, the best he can do is offer scriptures and breakdowns and counting, etc., as though he has explained, just given real good evidence to Kingdom Truther, and here you go. I hope he's not saying, boy, if you could just understand the kingdom truther, because it isn't that we don't understand everything you offered, Sean. It's just that you're applying it all wrong. Your application is all wrong. So what you're saying scriptures are teaching us are not what scripture's teaching us. It's what you're trying to tell us that scriptures are teaching us. Now he does say, and this is what I have tried to do throughout this video, this is the point where Sean says, hey, I just made a presentation, 15, 20 minutes of presentation. Don't ignore what I said in the chat. Address and show me that you understand what I say. I think I've done that throughout this video. It's my purpose, it's my point to show that I did. If I don't understand correctly, I invite anybody to help me understand that. Defender of Truth brings up Leviticus 17:15. Now this is a good one because this is related to the peace offerings. Well, Sean was hum-hawing around about it a little bit, and so was I, because you have to get into the various offerings that are required. Well, while I was watching this video, I did a little study on it and found that a little bit more out about the various offerings. Well, the offerings that are laid out for us in Leviticus include the burnt offerings, the peace offerings, the guilt offerings, the sin offerings, a bunch of offerings. But one of the first things that happens to us in the instructions that were given to the Levitical priesthood is that they were to bring in the morning a lamb. And this lamb would be slain, sacrificed, placed on a freshly cleaned altar, and that lamb will burn through the day. It will be the first of the two continual burnt sacrifices. It will burn throughout the day. And then as people will bring their peace offering and guilt offering, all their offerings, it's going on top of this peace offering, or this continual offering, this burnt offering, the first one. Then between the evenings, ben hayarban, between the evenings, the priests are to bring another lamb, a second lamb, slay it, and put it on the offering, on the altar, on top of the other offerings, and that continues to burn throughout the night. So they don't take either of those lambs off; they burn those throughout the night. That's why it's called the continual offering. And that second lamb, well, the first lamb, the remains of what they didn't take off of the other offerings throughout the day, and then the second lamb that gets added in the evening time on that given day continue to burn through the night. But as morning comes, the priests clean up the altar. They remove the ashes, take the ashes out where they need to go, and then start the process all over again. A new lamb placed on the altar, a freshly cleaned altar, other offerings, and staying on there and burning all day long, other offerings added on top of it, a new lamb in the evening. So Sean references, that the peace offering is twice a day, but the only one I see that's twice a day is this continual burnt offering, the two lambs. But that actually speaks to the day as well. When you look at that pattern, at the beginning, they clean it up at night, in the morning, the last part of the night, so that come sunrise, they now have a new beginning, a new the first offering of the day. When twilight comes, we don't clean it up again. We are putting the second one on, and we burn it through the night, and it all comes back around. So really, in that flow of things, it begins with sunrise. It begins after everybody's up and going. Now, he will say, Sean will take this and say that, so related to the peace offering, though, is this idea, because the priests are going to eat it. When they have finished with the peace offering, that's food for the priest. But when they eat that peace offering, they're supposed to eat it up in the same day that they've made the peace offering, whatever time of the day it was. And I think most of the offerings were happening during the daylight hours and not into the evening, although I don't know that. But whatever day that they have burned, placed the peace offering on the fire and then take it off to eat, then they have to eat it before morning. And Defender of Truth was asking, how does that happen? Sean explains it away how it happens. Well, I agree with Defender of Truth. It's much better explained on a sunrise start of the day and the components that I've described than it is on Sean's. But Sean says it does match up, that, and explains it away. And then he brings up Nehemiah 13:19, which is such a typical type of passage. He says this was one he almost included in his presentation, and had he done it, fine. But it really doesn't matter, because Nehemiah 13, this is all about the fact they're back in the land and they're having trouble with people trying to buy and sell on the Sabbath. And they want to cut them off from doing it. And it appears that they would come and set up camp inside the gates beginning in the nighttime, so that when the sun comes up, they could start selling their wares. So in Nehemiah, when it's describing this, where Nehemiah, his solution was that he would close the gates before the Sabbath. And he would do that when it was becoming dark in the evening, before the Sabbath. So Sean and the proponents of an evening start of the day, or the sunset start of the day, say, see, before the Sabbath, they're closing the gate. So that means to them that the Sabbath began immediately upon closing the gate. That's not what the passage is saying. It's not saying that at all. It's reading too much in. In Josh's video that I reviewed, he was doing the same thing with the Ezekiel passage, where he had them opening up the gate for the inner sanctuary, I think it is, whatever it was. They opened it up during the Sabbath and closed it at evening. So he was trying to reconcile that closing is the end of the day. And it has nothing to do with it. It's just when they closed the gate, they closed the entrance on the day of Sabbath. And that's all this is. Because imagine this. So let's just say that we have Sabbath beginning on Saturday here. And if we don't want people buying and selling on the Sabbath, we could close our gates off on Friday night, before the nighttime, before the Sabbath also appears, so that people don't camp and do different things. All of this is before the Sabbath. None of it means it has to be right before the Sabbath, and that the closing of the gate is right before the Sabbath. It doesn't do what you are saying it does. It doesn't assert that the fact that he closed the gate is correlates with the start of the day, or that when it says before Sabbath, that then associates that closing of the gate with the beginning of Sabbath immediately. None of that exists. None of that exists in the Ezekiel passage either. You're reading it in, and it's unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. It fits both constructs just fine. And to assert that it can only mean one approach, your position would be errant. It's just errant. Okay, then he goes on to say, this is what he said about Nehemiah 13:19. Offers that they closed the gate before the Sabbath, says they understood that the day began when it became dark. That's a fallacious statement. What I mean by that is you presume that, but I think it's a fallacy. And so making that statement that isn't born out of the passage, but born out of your understanding of a fallacy, makes it a fallacious statement, because they didn't understand any such thing at all. Because the passage says as it grew dark, he's saying here, because the passage says as it grew dark before the Sabbath and would not be opened again until after the Sabbath. So it is perfectly, just to restate what I said, it's perfectly acceptable that they close the gate the night before the Sabbath, the evening as it was growing dark. They closed the gate on the night before, without the Sabbath beginning at that moment, but the Sabbath beginning on the sunrise, because all of that still qualifies before the Sabbath. And the fact that they say it wouldn't be open again until after the Sabbath just means that at the end, it's not open until the Sabbath is over. That's all it's saying. It has nothing to do with an understanding that they knew the day began when it became dark, because that's what becomes fallacious, to bring in the day, the start of the day, into this passage, because the passage isn't referencing a start of the day, isn't trying to do that. It's only talking about closing the gate, when they closed it and when they shut it. That's all it's doing. So this idea that they understood that they began when it became dark is a fallacious statement. And then he says that was also, by the way, that was another huge verse, he calls it. Huge verse telling you the new day begins at dark. Again, a fallacious, and I'm going to call that a manipulative. These are manipulative statements that I find them manipulative. I'm not saying that Sean is being intentionally manipulative, but those who seem to embrace the evening start of the day and then do it militantly treat these as just proof statements and then offer them as a foregone conclusion, and it's manipulative. It never said that the new day begins at dark. That passage has nothing to do with it any more than that Ezekiel passage did. It says it makes perfect sense that they needed to get him off the cross in the third part of the day before evening began. And then he goes to Deuteronomy 21:23, where it says nobody should remain overnight, and then he claims that this is an example of the day ending at evening time when the sun goes down. Neither of those things do that. I don't know why he says that, or why he feels justified in saying that. Getting him off of the cross in the third part of the day before evening began has nothing to do with a calendar day. It doesn't say that it did. To infer, to state so emphatically as a foregone conclusion is just, again, a manipulative statement. And to say that Deuteronomy 21 is also doing the same thing, that as an example of the day ending at evening time when the sun goes down, it's just not it. You got to get things done before the sun goes down, but we're not talking about the start and end or anything related to the day. To say that it is wrong. It's fallacious. He goes on to say the time period of daylight ends. So the colloquial use of the term day ends at the evening time, as well as the calendar day ends at evening time, as well as them taking the body off the cross to fulfill Torah. All of those things, saying that the daylight period of time ends at evening time, and then the colloquial use of referring to the daylight as day ends at evening time is fine, because that's what we experience. But then he says, and the calendar day ends at evening as well. That's going too far. Nothing about it is saying that. They're inferring that. They're reading it in there. How's it go? They're eisegeting into the passage. Then he goes on to Tobit, and then he ends his presentation, and so will I. All right, so in summary, and to close out this video, I just want to say I think I've addressed every single point that Sean has introduced. I think I've understood every single point that Sean has made. I have argued and refuted him when he makes statements that go too far, and I have offered solutions that are, in my opinion, and just logic and reason will take you if you follow them. It solves the problems that his explanations introduce, and I don't know of any problems that they are introducing except for the manufactured problems that Sean and people like that are perceiving when you start trying to read in the start of a calendar day, a 24-hour calendar day, with every single passage and every single instruction that you have that references evening time or something of that nature. They're reading into it and they're becoming confused by it all, and it's just unnecessary. So I think that a sunrise start of the day is the clear explanation of Genesis, and it's the clear explanation to explain how we're keeping the Moedim, the various Moedim, and the clearest explanation for why everybody is pointing out all the passages that refer to tomorrow as the next day, yesterday as the yesterday being just the common use. But most of them aren't talking about the change of a calendar day. None of those passages are talking about the change of a calendar day. They're just sharing their experience of how day and night and the next day and the last day, yesterday, tomorrow, all those things work, and how same thing we're experiencing today. Well, thank you, and may you be Baruch.